world's falling apart. I'll be a shooting star, brightens up your soul and heart. Nowhere hurting but the light and hope they still are out there for us who they might seem to be far. I'll always be near when you need to dry your tears. Oh, I'm here.
I can't believe what's happening here. When the apocalypse comes, death approaches like a rising tide. This nightmare continues to torture me, and no escape. Shattered world, leaving behind many remnants of the past. Yet there are a few survivors, fleeing, constantly struggling on the path of survival, from desolate fields at dusk to cities turned into ruins, enduring winds, sand, and dust. The road ahead is still long, but we hold on to our beliefs. Only through unity and solidarity can we find our place of refuge. New companions, new shelters, a new dawn. But when the nightmare of apocalypse strikes again, how should I face it head on?
taken down to one. A clear Trinity. Oh, clear view. Sharps almost being taken down to hit Morbid as well as Kaigawa. It is not working so far, and they head into the huge device as they will not pull it out. taken down to 1. A clear 20. Oh, clear view. Sharps almost being taken down to hit Morbid as well as Kaigawa. It is not working so far, and they head into the huge device as they will not pull it out.
There's nobody near. The wind's all that I can hear. I feel like I am invisible and nobody cares. But if you say that it's a dream and I can't do anything, and I will never ever reach it, then I'll make you believe. There's no way you can trap me somewhere I shouldn't be, or I'll find my way to leave. When the world's falling apart, I'll be the shooting star brightens up your heart. No, we're hurting, but the light and hope, they still are out there for us, though they might seem to be far. I'll always be near when you need to dry your tears. Oh, I'm here. Everyone's leaving. When I look back, there's nothing. Oh, I wish I could be reckless, but I'm so small and I won't be seen. Oh, if you say that it's a dream and I can't do anything, and I will never even reach, then I'll make you believe. There's no way you can trap me somewhere I shouldn't be, or I'll find my way to leave. When the world's falling apart, I'll be a shooting star brightens up your heart. I know we're hurting, but the light and hope, they still are out there for us, though they might seem to be far. I'll always be near when you need to dry your tears. Oh, I'm here. I'm still right here. The sky is There's no way you can trap me somewhere I shouldn't be, oh, I'll find my way to leave. When the world's falling apart, I'll be a shooting star brightens up your soul and heart. No, we're hurting, but the light and hope, they still are out there for us, though they might seem to be far. I'll always be near when you need to dry your tears. Oh, I'm here.
I can't believe what's happening here. When the apocalypse comes, death approaches like a rising tide. This nightmare continues to torture me. no escape. Shattered world, leaving behind many remnants of the past. Yet there are few survivors, fleeing, constantly struggling on the path of survival. From desolate fields at dusk to cities turned into ruins. Enduring winds, sand, and dust, the road ahead is still long. But we hold on to our beliefs. Only through unity and solidarity can we find our place of refuge. New companions, new shelters, a new dawn. But when the nightmare of apocalypse strikes again, how should I face it head on?
Taken down to one. A clear Trinity. Oh, clear view. Sharps almost being taken down to hit Morbid as well as Kaigawa. It is not working so far, and they head into the huge device as they will not pull it out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is Garena Undawn Raven Championship Foggy Battle. The stage is set, the mist is thick, and the anticipation in the air is evident as we gear up for intense clash of the titans. In the midst of the foggy chaos, only the sharpest mind will prevail. On the desk right now, I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Enzo.
Well, it's finally good to be here at Undawn here, Raven Championship at its finest. And so far, there is a lot of things that I can't wait to see and experience here. After all, this is gonna be my first broadcast here on Undawn. So, Neptune, I'm gonna be handing down the analytics to you because so far, as I've foreseen, what are the things that's about to happen? I'm gonna be leaving you the analytics once more.
Well, there's a lot more that will be happening, and pretty much like all the play-by-play that we want to see as well, because we have 8 teams joining us right now, coming from different brackets, and they will be divided into different groups for this battle. Now, today is somewhat different from what we often see because it's not those 3 modes that we often see, like the team mode, annihilation, and domination. No, none of that right now. It's just the foggy battles that we're going to deal with. Let's check on the tournament format right now so that we'll have a clear view of what's about to happen for today. And this will explain as well how it will turn up from the beginning up until the end of the match. So once that tournament format comes up on our screen, this is our phases right now. So for the first and the second phase, it was off air. Don't have any broadcast for that, but that was a qualifier as well as a final qualification. And we are on the quarterfinals, the round robin that has happened, that will be happening on live stream as well. But this is there's a final stage that will be happening, and that is the fourth stage rather. And on the game modes, as I mentioned earlier, there's several matches, several game modes right here. But right now, we're only focusing on the 5th one, Foggy Battle. They will be in the mist. And you know how everyone is afraid of the fog, Enzo. You know why?
Why?
Because the fog brings out mystery.
Are you
and
kidding?
Also, it clouds their judgment overall.
Even here, Neptune. Okay, yeah. You know what? It'll never die out. But yeah, overall, coming in once more, being my first initial broadcast here, and a bit of a catch up here for the set of Raven Championship. We do have a lot of narratives here to put up. Coming in, we do have 8 teams in total. Now we got Alpha, EMP, XEMP, Sanctuary, GRD, Astral F4, YOLO, Vicious, and Panda. And you got to talk about Panda being the first champions of the Raven Clash esports tournament.
Yeah, it's the first esports tournament for Garena Undawn. And as you mentioned, all these 8 teams will be playing. But fun fact, not everyone is coming from the same region. Only YOLO is coming from SGMY, and the rest are coming from the Philippines, making it quite crazy overall, because you know how it has been in competitions just like this. But again, as mentioned earlier, there will be so many changes in where they came from, because they came from different brackets, but they will be mixed up altogether for the battle upcoming, especially for today's Foggy Battle.
Yeah, and on the flip side as well, the teams that will not be able to make it across, it's going to be Anti-Cross, Vanguard 2.0, VTRX, Havens, Spades X, Jantanta Kuna. Okay. Honestly, I'm so sorry if I butchered the name. I know for a fact I did. Savage Squad and Godlike.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they weren't able to join this up. That is from the finals of each bracket. Now, there's a lot more that we're going to see right here in this game, and especially what are they fighting for? They're not just fighting for prestige right now. There is certain prize pool involved with each placement of the team. And as we look at the champions, they will be receiving 200,000 RC for second place. That will be 150,000 RC for the third place, 100,000 RC, and 75,000 RC for the fourth, and 5th to 8th will be getting 50,000 RC. And since we're only looking at 8 teams, the rest from this and from the team lineup that we had earlier, they have received 10,000 RC already.
And it's not just the RCs that would be so meaningful here. No, after all, this is the second run for the Saturday Raven Championship for Undawn, and it's going to mean quite a lot if you want to pioneer the whole competition here for esports. With having your whole foot on the pedestal for the this run of esports for Undawn is going to mean so much in the long run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's so much happening and will be happening for Undawn. I'm really excited of what is about to come up. But again, at some point, like you don't have to be undone. You have to be here right now watching the broadcast, because not only do we have the prize pool, but we also have for the viewers some milestone. And let's forget about the ones in the top. Let's look at the highest 15,000 concurrent viewers, and this is our target right now. Not only are you going to get 25,000 silvers, but also 40 of silicon carbide particles, also armor plate supply crates of 25, ionized coating of 10, and advanced material packs of 10. So that's so much that you can grab for yourselves. For the viewers out there, all you have to do is invite your friends, share the stream, and watch all throughout.
Yeah, it's gonna be a brand new beginning here, a brand new chapter for Undawn. So better make sure you guys start off early and just just show off and just share the love and the hype that is about to happen here for this very broadcast itself. I truly believe that it is well possible for us to get 15,000 concurrent viewers, because we all know how awesome you guys are.
Of course, I mean that's one thing that we love about this, but it still depends on how many we can invite right here. We are broadcast simultaneously on YouTube as well as on Facebook, so make sure that whatever channel you are on, you can even open up some devices so you can watch both channels, and also share it with your friends. Don't watch together in one room. Share it with your friends individually so that we can reach this milestone. But that's not it. There's a lot more that will be happening right here, and in a bit we're going to see the battle unfold right now. That's just a preliminary, just the info for everyone right here who's just new to the Raven Championship. And I'm really excited what's going to happen, especially on the next or first match of this day, because we are looking at 4 teams coming from different brackets. And again, it is the first one. YOLO will be part of this, Astral F4, Sanctuary, as well as Alpha. That was the first team that will be playing out this Foggy battle.
I love to play the other ones out, so I really want to vouch for and long for YOLO here, despite the fact that kind of empty in regards to what it can offer to the table. But hey, gotta hand it down to the SGMY squad, the only SGMY squad into the competition. After all, with most of the competitions that we have dabbled ourselves into in Neptune, it's always the Filipinos really running the town, rocking it all down and painting it all red. So I want to see YOLO here be the dark horses.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want to see them really bring it up? And it also brings a lot of motivation, and like it will invite other teams as well from SGMY region to join up this competition. You don't want to be dominated overall by the Filipinos. Not that we don't like Filipinos to be there. We know how crazy it is when they play, but of course we want to see other gameplays as well. And you know how it is when it comes to other regions. They're different. Like, if we talk about a game, there's a lot of metas already, but there's a different style that has been offered to the table by different regions, especially on how it is, especially in Undawn. There's so many things that's going on, not just the PvP, but also the PvPvE, the PvE, and the open world. So there's so much happening in the game itself that I love that everyone will be able to enjoy this. But I love to see more regions jump up in this competition.
And it's going to mean quite a lot here for the set of YOLO being the only SGMI squad. Imagine, you went off the tournament and you are the only squad that is different from the rest of the competition. So, hey, let's see if that's going to be the same case here later on. And, we did have a conversation earlier about the whole map. It's going to be pretty huge. So we are going to be getting to see, seeing a lot of involvement in regards to the vehicles. So a lot of hypercars that we might just be able to, dwell ourselves into.
Yeah, I would really love to see that. And, well, it only comes to if you lose a teammate and has to spawn far from where your team are, but they can also use that as their scout at some point. I mean, especially if you're the aggressive type of team who wants to go forward ahead of the rest and then just jump in onto the gun or jump in onto the other teams as well. So we'll have to find out which team will be bringing that to the table. So, but in a bit, I mean, there's a lot more that we can talk about. There's a lot more, but again, the Foggy battle is not just team versus team. They will be going against a team, and there's also surrounded by different zombies and monsters to deal with. So that's where to get a few more points, a few more of the resources as well. But we'll have to find out how can they deal with both. As you can see right now, we have the brackets A and B, and as mentioned earlier, we have individual players right here. YOLO being the first one on our mix, Mayday, YQT, Kanda, Mikasa, and unfortunately I couldn't tell what is the name of the last one. They are coming from Raven Shelter.
Yeah, coming in on towards Astral F4, we got Maeve, Neko, Danica, Tenchi, and Carvis. And on the flip side, for the side of Sanctuary, we got Aldezi, Zachero, Banry, Porbs, and Yix. And on Alpha, we got Moon, KRM, King XC, Rocinante, and Baby Babe.
Yeah, Baby Babe. It's quite a double in the baby right
BBs.
there. But let's see let's see if they'll be able to not really be babies in this game, because I doubt that they will be. So imagine they survived several battles already, and if you look it up, I guess they went into 4 matches before going in on the final elimination, or 3 matches before that. I might be wrong, but this is what they have to offer. They fought against a lot. They are the ones surviving. Let's see how much more they can fight against.
Let's go. We'll see. And I'm just loving the whole names here. No, very unique, very rare. I love the coordination here for the set of Sanctuary. They have their own tag of that symbol right there. It kind of looks like a fish, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see more of these teams right now. I love to see how much they have to offer, and also shout out their names once they are doing all those crazy moves in the battlefield. Again, it is YOLO and May. I thought I saw Made B, but that's Made D. Not quite sure if I'm saying it right. Probably it's just Made. So for those of you watching, make sure that you correct us at some point, whether you're watching on YouTube or Facebook. Then there's a chance for you to communicate with us as well. We have the chats up on our side so that we'll have the voice of the viewers as well. But well, excited, really excited on how this is going to turn up, and we'll have to see how the battle is going to unfold in a bit.
Just did a bit of a translation here for the player that we didn't exactly get to see read the name. Apparently it translates to Gong, so we're gonna be calling it Gong for throughout the whole tournament here, safely enough. At least we're not gonna be empty-handed in regards to how we're gonna be able to see your name. But I love it quite a lot. It adds more challenge, it adds more diversity into the mixture here for us broadcasters. So hey, we'll see about it later on.
Yeah, let's see later on about how this is going to unfold. Again, everyone's just waiting. Hopefully this gives you time to share the stream right now. Make sure that you tag all your friends on the comment section as well, that we'll have more viewers right here. Again, this is just the beginning of what Undawn has to offer, what Raven Championship has to offer. There's a lot more that might be happening in the future, that will be happening in the future. I'm for sure of that. And you don't want to be left out in there not knowing anything. This is your chance to find out what Garena Undawn has to offer. And different game modes though. Foggy Battle is a quite different compared to the other FPS games that we often see, and this gives a little bit or more challenges for the team. Not only are you dealing with 4 players, because usually it's team versus team, but or 4 teams or 3 teams, but you also have some zombies to deal with. So let's see on how this is going to pan out as these once we start the game.
Out of the bosses that we have here for the Giant Aberration, which one do you want to go against, and which one do you just want to avoid?
For the Aberration, I really want to go against the big ones. I mean, if you think about it, the Arbitrator is somewhat very tough. I saw some clips right there where it's a giant Arbitrator that is in there in front of a lot of players, and imagine the mecha being in here together with the other zombies. It adds a little bit of difference in terms of opponents or for the Aberrations.
The level of depth that Undawn offers is just so spectacular to see. And I just can't wait to see as well what kind of strategies the teams will offer into the spectrum as soon as we head on to the game itself. And we are looking like going to be heading straight into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. First game in line, it's going to be Yellow, Astral F4, Sanctuary, and Alpha. Here we go.
Yeah, as you can see, we have views from different teams as well. And when looking at it for this side, we have Mikasa on the mix. And Mikasa is coming from Yellow right now on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, we'll have to find out who this is. This is, well, let's head over to the team. So Mikasa, Kanda, and Meidi is already in here. And as you can see from above the screen, this is their ranking right now. And let's see who will be the ones who will be able to reach the top 3. The top 3 will be heading to the final stage, wherein they will be meeting up the Aberration. But as you can see, Mikasa being hit by Kanda with that biotic gun. He received a little bit of damage though, and they need to recover.
Yeah, a bit of a quick action here, early altercation between these respective squads overall. But initially, in regards to getting those points, all this has to come down to the ordinary zombies. Nothing much going on. The big fight's coming in here, and that's going to be a big connection here for this very sad player, and that's going to be a nice knockdown as well.
Yeah, knockdowns and takeouts. That is their goal right now, dealing a lot of damage against the team. Let's see, we'll be able to take down who. There you go. We have Mikasa and White Beauty being knocked down as well. And let's see, he needs to survive right now so that the rest of the teammates will be able to follow him, follow them as to where they are. And there you have a sports car will be used right now, not by the ones spawning, but the ones who is left behind. It's a good time for them to pull back and recover, regroup after the rest of the team has died out.
The audio, just how loud the hypercar was running around the town. Lovely. I mean, so far we are seeing respective squad here just pulling things down, but now we got to see one respective player here going to go against the Acid Corroder alongside with the Devourer as well here on the right side, but it's not going to matter at all coming in. A lot of zombies all around the cross, but hey, like he hasn't had any problems on this.
Yeah, no problems in there, especially with the utilities that they have. And there you go. We have Devourer right now who is putting out. Earlier it was an Acid Corroder that they put down, and right now there's a lot more mans. There's a lot more that they can deal with in this fight. Now, as we can see, they have regrouped right now, and we'll have to find out how will they fight against the other teams. A little bit of heal being brought in, but here we go. A different team right now being shown. Oh, I guess we missed that part. We'll be back in here as parts or teams of Black Dawn squad is being taken down.
Yep, and we are still seeing that they're going to go against the Black Dawn squad here, and that's going to be them trampling quite a lot. Big damage coming in, but fortunately they do have the angle right now to get the revival. And moving over, still going to be a very heavy committed clash here between these squads.
Yeah, but it seems right now White Beauty will be taken out, and as they move out, they will need to find a little bit of cover. Mikasa and White Beauty is just healing up right now. Now Kanda is also being waited, and as you can see, battle is being forced onto them. They need to hide out. They were forced to hide out right now, and there's nowhere to go around. They are in the corner. They need to back out a little bit more.
Ooh, and now good to see face-to-face clash on towards the crawler, but it's not going to be a problem at all. But it is going to be giving them a bit of a big accumulation in regards to the points itself, and now they do have to go against the Chainsaw Demon, which will not be such a demon for them as they just go left and right here, slaying the town, slaying every entity that they see.
Nightmare right now being taken out together with the rest, and they can pick up a few of those block boxes, but teams are also surrounding them, so they need to be careful. So far, we have yet to see more of the battle. We have Al, DZ, Manrel, and the rest of the team up in front of us. Now, as you can see, the Corvus, Danica, and Neko. This is coming from Astral F4, and with vehicles, they were able to go for rotate and probably take down a few of the opponents.
Ooh, coming in, very committed play, but the squad right there is still going to be able to put up a lot of damage. The formation, it will be enough for them to come in pretty cohesive as a unit, and now they're going to try to close down the distance as well, really committing to get this points, rocking within. So far, the Undawn squad, they are on top of the board right now. And then on the trail, it's going to be Black Dawn out squad, but it might just be a turnaround here as we get to see Grid squad will be able to get through a very critical wave.
Yeah, you did mention about formation. I love how it is. Shield gun from in front, biotic gun behind, and that is how you go for the push. No remorse right there as they use the vehicle to get away from where they are, find out the rest, and let's see, they might be the ones in there on the top 3. Let's find out if they can do more or if they can be brought down by the other team.
Just in regards to the gun composition, we've seen so much with the MPX alongside with the Bisons as well. Coming in, I think we've seen like 4 players rocking the Bison, and so far that has been the go-to gun for them. I mean, moving here, another player with the Bison, and it does help out quite a lot with a huge magazine. Damage, kind of lackluster, but hey, if you put up the accuracy, that's going to be enough for you to at least, rack up those eliminations once more. And now we get to see another clash coming in. It's looking to be just a 2 minority here between the 2 squads.
You didn't mention about the Bison. It's more of a practically mid to close combat, but the way I'm looking at it, the teams has that accuracy to use it on long range as well. Now, as we are looking at Team YOLO right now, they're not really going YOLO. They are very tactical in approach, using those smokes to cover their tracks, and they go for the damage. The thing is, they cover the opponent as well with the smokes that they have. So they need to deal with some corruptors right here surrounding them before they deal with enemies, and they are being rushed. Let's see if everyone can go in. Not stunned at all. They are the one who will be bringing them down, and they still have more to offer right now, especially as they're up front with their opponents.
Yeah, it was really close right there. Fortunately, they were able to dodge the bullet now. Moving over, we are seeing that it's going to be actual F4 here on top of the board. Second is going to be Sanctuary, and on the third, we do have just Alpha so far, and on a trail right there. Moving back here to the composition for this very squad, they do take down another sense of wave, and they are going on a spree so far.
Yeah, spree indeed is what they need. That is what they have to heed with. But as you can see, they are heeding to the challenge. Need to back off right now, and with the sports car, they managed to do so. Now the question is where they have to go. The spawns of their teammates is not that far though. Good rotation that has been made, and they're just back in play. But the only question is, have they dealt the damage that they need to be in the top? Otherwise, they need to catch up with a lot more.
Yeah, YOLO squad needs to catch up big time. Only having 700 points for them, and then highest has like 1700, so they really have to climb big time if they want to put their names up in the board and make an impact, and it's not really looking so good for them in regards to the whole pacing of the game. Coming in, we only have 3 minutes and 20 seconds left for the initial stage finish.
Yeah, and as you can see, they are now moving towards the middle of the map. The rest of the teams right now, they are set as well, waiting for any challenges to happen, but they need to survive. Another one goes down. Only one alive for the team. The spawns will be happening in a bit, and we need to deal a little bit with some of the monsters and zombies surrounding them. Hearing all those vehicles, it will be very difficult right now. Pulling out the same vehicle. Let's see if the getaway is manageable right now. And, well, let's see. No getaway will be happening, and they need to make two. But as we switch over to a different team, again, we have Sanctuary still on the lead, but as you can see, they are not backing out. They want to bring more because there's not so much of difference between them and Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha is on the trail right now for only even just double-digit points now, so it's not going to be too far of a catch-up for them. We need to see Black Squad here, Black Dawn Squad commit, aka Sanctuary, for them to at least, build the gap even more against Alpha. And so far, they're not really getting a lot of opportunities, but they are looking to go for a setup.
Yeah, let's see what setup they can pull out this time around. We have knockdown has happened, and they need to recover. The rest of the teams right now is just backing them up back to the team of Alpha. They are still on the lead now. We have to find out if they will be brought down. They need to catch up all with all those damage, and they are beating down Astral L4, none other than the ones in second place. So this is the best time and best team to take out because they can secure their lead. But as we talk about that, they have been replaced in that number 1 spot, and they are now on Sanctuary is now on second place.
Yeah, Sanctuary here is going to go on a heavy hit up against Astral F4, playing from the range. Has been able to get a lot of convincing connections. Now they want to go for the play once more on that Vise and on this SMG. They are going to be able to beam down the players from afar, and that's going to be them racking up a lot of points. And now they want to close down the distance to get the finisher for the whole squad.
Yeah, let's see if they can finish them off, push them to a reset, find out how they can do it once again. And there you have it. Sanctuary is back on top. A little bit of damage has been dealt with against opponents, but they have secured so much points already, reaching the 2,000 mark. And if this continues on, it will be difficult to replace them on a number 1 spot. So they just need to hang back a little bit, take the challenge very carefully, and not receive the challenge themselves.
You know, Sanctuary so far, they are really just owning this very game itself. And with only 18 seconds left, there is barely any chance for the squad of Astral F4 to play catch-up here. So, fortunately, we've gone through the actions now. Moving over now to the next stage after these preliminaries. It's going to be Blackdown squad here, accumulating at least 2286 points here for this challenge.
And there you go, have it. We have the preliminary already over, and it's just an exciting battle until one of the final moment where Sanctuary was able to take over that number 1 spot. I thought they had been pushed down already. They were challenged, and they were able to gather a lot more, especially with the points, and they will be part of the final stage of this battle. I'm really excited for this final stage because we're about to see a lot more. It's not just the small, well, I couldn't say small, but the minor challenge of monsters surrounding them. It will be those aberration that will be part of the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for that to happen, though. And so far, Sanctuary already got to prepare on the composition of LDZ, Zachero, Ban Reports, and Yix. Better watch out. You better not cry. You better watch out. I'm telling you why. The abbreviations is coming to town.
I thought Enzo's coming to town. The thing is, it's very timely though. It's about that holidays season. Yeah. But anyways, I'm really excited on what's going to happen up next. If they will be the ones, if Sanctuary will be able to maintain their lead right here, and then that will add up to the points that they have. Now, this is not just the full battle. We're just looking at the first set of teams, 4 teams coming from Group A and B, and we are about to see a lot more later on. But for A and B, so far, YOLO didn't make it to the mix on that first match. They have a chance to fight on through later on once they jump in onto the other.
Yeah, they still have match 2 and match 6 to prepare themselves into. So, hey, we'll see them on towards the next run, coming in all the way down to the last one as well. So there's still 2 more opportunities for them to play catch up.
Yeah, I mean, catch-up game is really not only for the preliminaries, not only in the finals, but the succeeding matches that you will be jumping into. So, as you can see, we are just waiting for the next battle to happen, the final match or the final battle in this stage, and it continues on. Now, the question is, which aberration will they be challenging? 3 aberration is on this map, and decision has to be made. Not only are they dealing with aberration, but it's going dark right now, and also the fog and the mist is being in trouble for them to find out where the others are.
I just want to see a ground smasher here, immense from nowhere. Surprised me. Only 15 seconds left for us to wait out.
I need a shower.
See how this one's gonna go, and so far we are just seeing players here prepare themselves here. Big fortress that they're putting up with all of those cars. Neptune, here we go.
Here we go as they go in for the rush. They need to pull out a lot of points right now, and they are doing so, especially as they are heading for the head and healing up at the same time. Now, Black Dawn squad right now, Sanctuary is getting a lot of points. And if they continue this on, but the thing is, I just notice it right now, Panda is out of the mix. They don't have one of their players. Not quite sure if this will affect them so much on their approach for that number 1.
Oh yeah, I mean, losing one player is gonna mean quite a lot here, but at the same time, they're looking to be unfazed, just committing here up against the Giant Corruptor. I mean, really brave for them to just go head to head. Honestly, now they want to draw a bit from distance down. The damage is now being pretty immense. But hey, looking like they are still going to commit here. And the setup with the car is honestly working out so well.
Yeah, it's working out so well, especially earlier they switched over to M134 and a healing drone right now. A little bit of damage being received. They don't want to be stuck in the corner just like this. They need to get away a little bit. But going over to a different team, Twilight Squad right here is also challenging a different kind of a monster. Now, this is them getting away from using that vehicle. I'm not quite sure if this is a getaway. They might be just pulling out so that they can get a better position.
Yeah, I think they're just drawing the distance down enough for them to at least stall times down, and at the same time, put some great damage from the distance, and that's exactly what just happened right there. Ground Smasher is not going to stand a chance up against this very squad, Twilight Squad, and looking like they are able to, defeat the Giant Raptor here, at least for the set of the Black Dawn squad.
Yeah, the thing is they didn't really complete the Ground Smasher just yet. They're just rotating and finding a different aberration to deal with. Now, as you can see, we are now switching over back to Bleed. This is a Nox Eternate. This is YOLO. And this squad, and well, YOLO is part of the game. They are now dealing with Arbitrator, and it is not so much of an easy task for them. Not only that, they're also dealing with other players who's trying to backstab them, and there you have it. One has lost its life.
As I thought that they were really able to put up great damage, they were the ones that was taking the most damage here. Out away from this Arbitrator G2, and so far we are seeing this Arbitrator right now just being pretty stale, so they are getting a lot of damage here and put it into the very mech, and I think they might just be able to take this one down as we get to see LDZ here coming in. A lot of efforts will be able to make use, and that's going to be them accumulating this Arbitrator slay.
Yeah, they did slay the Arbitrator. The huge mecha that we love to see. That is quite different to the others, Ground Smasher as well as the Giant Corruptor, because of the steel body, but they have to deal with a few more later on, and also some of the players gunning them down, and there you have it, knockdown and take out has been done against them. Now let's see on the other teams. They're just setting up their play, and once again, this team Corpse has been taken out. Sanctuary right now might need a little bit of help in a bit, but the other teams are still making do with what they have. Black Dawn squad on the mix,
and we do see them in rotation as well. Looking like they want to get more opportunities here, don't want to be so stale. And then nearing up to another boss here, if I'm not mistaken. Been looking like they want to go for the setup. So far, they want to finish up the Ground Smasher here. That was exactly damaged earlier. And they are looking to be dealing with two factors here, honestly. One from the outside of the fortress, alongside with one as well inside.
Let's see. And a little bit of correction from what I mentioned earlier. It was Alpha who wasn't able to make it onto this final stage. Now, as we can see, a little bit of healing being done right now onto Mayday as well as Panda. And back up onto that lower Ground Smasher right now will be the target for them. And the only thing that need to focus on is not being hit with that Ground Smash. And speaking of which, takedown, pickup has been done. And another one. That is not how you want to go. You want to deal damage, not receive them.
Oh yeah, and now, unfortunately, the accuracy here from the side of the Ground Smasher is just so immaculate right now. But they want to go for the head-to-head fight, but it's not going to come in pretty well for them. Now you get to see just Overall, casualties here from left, right, back, front, center. Ground Smasher will now trample soon enough. Each and every player will go for commitment, but it's going to be a PvPvE so far. And at the end of it, it might just be the squad of this very player of Twilight to be able to push away and pull away with this one.
And there you have it. We have the battle ended, and as you can see, Twilight has dealt with most in two of the aberration, and we'll have to see later on the scores on how that ended up. Again, the scoring will be quite different right here, because not only do we have each individual points for the first, second, third, and fourth, that also will be calculated on the max damage, secondary damage, and the number of players that they dealt with on that final stage. So two stages already down in this first match, and it brings a different light to the often FPS games that we usually see.
Oh yeah, it really adds more depth. It has a lot of depth compared to what we usually dabble around now. And in Rush, like the strategies here, there's just so much to talk about. How teams, how squads are able to like rotate around the map to put themselves into more mixes, to more opportunities. You get to see who are the teams that would love to play more passively than aggressively. And there's just plenty more narratives that we can possibly provide in the near future as well, or possibly the next game, because there's just really a lot of placeholders that hasn't been filled out just yet.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to show up a lot more. I guess this is just a warm up for the other teams, especially for the first four teams who are in here. And later on, if they did well already in this first match, I believe they will be doing a lot more later on the next matches that they have. So on the next series, Bracket A will still be here. YOLO and Astral F4 will be still part of the mix, and then they will be joined by Vicious and GRD. So Sanctuary and Alpha, I guess Sanctuary did a lot in terms of performance right there in that first match. They will be back not until match number 4. So plenty of time for them to, I would say, to watch the gameplays of the other teams, learn from that, and also probably talk about if they have made any mistakes to recover or to bring more points later on.
Talk about recovery here. YOLO was really at the bottom of their board for a moment before the initial start of the battle between the aberrations. So really props for YOLO for still being able to put themselves into the mix. That's going to be adding a few more influence now for the competition here for the Raven Championship. I want to see more from them. It was a bit lackluster. It was really the Dawn squad that was able to rock things down, aka Sanctuary. So fortunately, this time around though, Sanctuary and Alpha will not be playing, so they are going to be taking a bit of a rest, and they are going to be coming back into the match number 4 and 5.
Yeah, 4 and 5. That is when Bracket B will be in the mix, as mentioned by Enzo right here. Again, it brings a lot of excitement right now into the battlefield, especially as some teams have had a preview of what the other teams has to offer right now. And again, they need to just do probably the same thing or even more. And I would go with even more, because if they will be doing the same thing, they will be in the same level after overall in terms of point, and they just need to take the lead. That is the name of the game right now, being the ones on the top.
Now, talk about gun composition here. We did see a lot of players rocking the MPX Bison and the Biotic Rifle as well, and I can't wait to see more diversity. I do believe we did see a bit of a run with the M13-4 heavy machine gun coming in from one clash between the Devourer, if I'm not mistaken, earlier. But yeah, I can't wait to see what kind of diversity that we get to see later on coming in. I can't wait to see what Vicious and GRD can offer to the mix as well.
Yeah, and well, I'm looking at the chat right now, especially on YouTube, and big shout out to all the sports out there. I guess Dewi Neri is cheering for a strong squad, which is Sanctuary, and also big shout out to Cali right now, also on the comment section, and also shout out to from Sumo Siglo Raven Shelter. So there's a lot of fans out there. Again, one ask that we have is that you invite a lot more in here so that we can reach the viewership and the milestone as well. And this is from us to you to reward you on the efforts that you have in joining us in this
Yeah,
broadcast.
better make sure to spread the love, spread the hype, spread the energy of the Raven Championship of Garena Undawn, guys, because a lot of things are in the line if we do reach our respective milestones. And coming in, you'd want at 15,000 concurrent viewers. Silver's 2,500, 25,000. Got silicon carbide particles of 40, armor plate supply crate of 25, ionized coating of 10, and advanced material pack. All you can with 10.
Yeah, and as we see the scores right now, Sanctuary takes the lead with 150 points, and Astral F4 not far behind to the same as YOLO with 140. But unfortunately for Alpha, they didn't do so much in terms of points, and it's only the preliminaries that they were able to gather those points because they were not part of the final battle. So that's what they need to deal with. That's what they need to do right now. Not only will you be surviving the battle on the PvP on the early parts of this game, you also need to be part of that top 3 from the start.
Oh yeah, talk about like the catch up that Alpha has to do here. Big jump between them and YOLO, 140 and against 20 right there. That's going to be 120 points he has to claim. But first out of the run up here between Sanctuary and Natural F4, only 10 points differential. Moving in, coming in for XEMP, GRD, Vicious, and Panda. Obviously, they haven't played a game yet. No points accumulated. Let's see who can overtop Sanctuary or Astral F4.
Yeah, that is the question right now. Though we still have YOLO and Astral F4 to be in the mix, and huge chance for them to take out that number 1 spot from Sanctuary, especially as they will be sitting this one out. So, like we mentioned, there's a lot of curveballs that will be thrown into this game because you might be on the lead from the first match of this game, but since you will be sitting out some, then a lot of teams will be able to catch up.
I mean, I do hope that there's going to be a catch up that's going to be happening here. After all, we like to see games go back and forth here. We like to see, matches and overall the broadcast get prolonged, all because of the fact that, the players here are just so committed in regards to taking things down to their side. But here we go. Next match in line, it's going to be YOLO, Astral F4, Vicious, and GRD.
Yep, and well, we all know the lineup coming from YOLO and Astral F4. We have Vicious right now with Zero, Topak, Xcobar.gg, Sin, is it Sunot, Cutie, and King. And for GRD, we have Enryu, Pasawai, Sanjay, GRD, Kuzen, and Salbahe from Redwood Outpost. So Vicious is from Lost City, and the same as Astral F4, GRD from Redwood.
Let's see who's going to be getting themselves into Hiffy earlier into the stage. I mean, I was so surprised how early the games was getting heated up between the squads itself. I mean, there was a bit of a farm there in regards to the zombies, the regular zombies, but all of a sudden we got to see an early clash between one respective squad, if I'm not mistaken. It was coming in from the side of Sanctuary. But yeah, moving over, I want to see more of that. I want to see more PvP action here into this series.
Yeah, I mean, as easy as that, as you mentioned, it's it's difficult to be in number 1 spot, especially with a lot of things happening, but it's quite easy for the other teams to catch up with the points, take the huge lead, similar to what we've seen earlier that Sanctuary did. Now we're going to see how this is going to start up right now, because we are off to match number 2, and I would say, Enzo, it's quite quick. How the first match is over. The only question is, will the second match be a little bit quicker compared to the others?
I'm really interested and quite excited to see how the games will play out onwards match 3. I mean, after all, it's going to be Vicious, GRD, XEMP, and the one and only champions right now, Panda, in the house. So I really want to see how and why they are respectively named and titled as the champions right now. I want to see how they rotate around the map, get a lot of opportunities. Until then, be able to not only just project what they want to do but execute what they intend to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. It's one thing to go in for a fight. It's another one thing to plan out a fight. It's another to execute
those plans. And at some point, some teams or some other factor, they are having difficulty in executing those plans, especially with the other teams being involved in the mix. Again, it's not just one team that you're going against. It is three that you are battling in a huge map filled with zombies and monsters. So a lot of stuff happening, a lot in the mix right now, and only the best will be on top.
And guys, once more, the next competition once more for match number 3 is going to be Vicious GRD, XEMP, Banda. And for bracket D, they're going to be able to retain their slot for match number 4 as well, as they go against Sanctuary and Alpha. But if ever you guys are longing for to see them on towards match number 5, unfortunately they do take a break, as Sanctuary and Alpha, aka bracket B, will take their slots. They come back at the last and final match on towards match 6 up against YOLO and Astral F4.
Yeah, so YOLO will only join us for the first 2 matches, together with the next one after this caster scene. And then the next time that we're going to see them is on the last match. So plenty of time to rest. Hopefully they can catch up, especially for the side of YOLO and Astral F4. But again, Astral F4 did so much well. They might be able to do so much in this second instance. The momentum is coming from this team since they're going back to back on the battle. So really excited on how this is going to turn up. But I want to ask you, Enzo, how are you feeling right now, seeing that we're seeing not the usual PvP, especially as we review the Raven Clash that happened before, but we're looking at the Foggy battle. That is quite a different scene in what we often see.
Initially, I think it went slower than I initially expected coming from the PvP side. No, but in regards to the overall game, it went by pretty fast. And I guess one big factor right there is really the fog, limiting the draw distance here for its very players. And at the same time, I was a bit tense myself. For a certain moment, I wasn't really able to catch up what was happening, all because of the fog. And that's just the art of foggy battles, because when you get an ordinary battle where the weather's just all clear, it's all sunny, it's all cloudy, and there's really no thrill beyond that, aside from you get to see constant actions up ahead. This time around, there is going to be more practicality in regards to the clashes and all, how you are able to form the whole crusade up against a squad is such a beautiful thing that I've seen so far here into this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, extremely beautiful, especially on how it's playing it out. That they have more challenges in front of them. Like I mentioned, several teams, but they are being helped by the fog and also prevented from by the fog as well to go against long distance ranges. So limited vision, but again, you're still safe. It's quite similar to what we saw earlier. They pop the smoke out just so that they will not be seen, but it will work the other way around because they cannot see the enemy. So it's just how the fog and the mist is working in this battle. But speaking of battle, we're just waiting for the battle to continue. And again, big shout out to everyone's watching on both Facebook and YouTube. We'd like to see more of you, so go ahead and share the stream.
Adding more complexity as well here into the games and the battles here. There's just a plethora of throwables that you can dabble yourself into. You got the decoy bombs, you got the Molotovs, grenades, smoke grenades, corrosive grenade, homing grenade, stun grenade, and foam bomb, alongside with the chaos bomb as well. And I kind of want to see myself some chaos bomb action, because I want to see some chaos overall to run things down once more in Neptune. First match and done, coming in from the very respective groups of bracket A and bracket B. We move over to bracket A and bracket C. Let's see how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, I want to see how this is going to play out right now. And yeah, for those of you who are wanting to start the game, well, we are just waiting, making sure that everything is set up properly onto the player side. We don't want one player or a few of the players missing out in these matches. So we want it that everyone will be part of this game. So Brian Robeje, thank you very much, and that is coming from Facebook right now. So for those of you who are in here watching, we're going to give out a few shout outs, especially for those who are just hanging back in here. And as much as we want to talk in Tagalog, this is an English broadcast, so we have to be on English. But again, we're really excited on what we are going to see right here in this matchup, and really love how it's turning up for that match number 1.
Yeah, we'll see how this one's gonna go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start off this game, and coming in, we are in transition to match number 2, and the level of expectancy here is pretty high, to be honest, for me. And coming in, I want to see the momentum come in for a set of Yellow and Astral F Force. They're gonna go back to back here for the first 2 games.
Yeah, well, let's see. Back to back right now into the first game. Let's see and how this is going to turn up. I guess the battle is about to be set up, about already. Now the moment is switch up. This is it. Foggy battles continue, and we still have Yellow Astral F4. Joining them is a new team, Vicious and GRD.
Here we go. Coming in, early farming here on towards the generic zombies. Nothing much to be said. It's just going to be them getting early precious points here to at least put themselves up on the board. And so far, we are seeing a lot of opportunities here coming from the set of Yellow and Astral F4.
Yeah, and Yellow once again will be in here, and it's a good chance for them to catch up points because well, it might not be that much, but they still need to get a lot more, especially it's the second time around. They know the rotations they can take, and they can take advantage of that as well. But speaking of taking advantage, we are seeing a little bit of if I'm saying a PvP that is happening right now. Let's see if this is one thing that can give them of the most of the points in this game. Here comes the rush right now, and they are just dealing with monsters overall, grabbing all the loot, and they need to back out, especially with those kind, because with the moment that they have been thrown, a little bit of damage will be received right there. As we can see, a heal up is needed.
Yeah, right from the get-go, we are seeing Astral F4 here being on the lead so far. And that's going to be by the courtesy of Nago and Corvus, as one of the players is knocked down to the ground. That's going to be Danica, if I'm not mistaken. And they do get the pickup for the very moment itself. But with a very heated up battlefield like this, are you sure you want to go for the commitment, or are you going to pull away and looking like they want to go for the commitment? And that's going to be them being able to actually claim a bit more, a few points, and that's going to be them as well, going back to back, going just back and forth here up against the Black On squad.
Yep, and well, as you can see, Neko, Corvus, Danica, these are the teams right now coming from Astral F4, and they are currently on the lead. I mean, they didn't show a challenge even Sanctuary earlier. They were the ones on the top, but again, it's just the Sanctuary on the final moment was able to grab a few more points. And as we can see, the new team is in here together with, I guess this is coming from Vicious with a vehicle gameplay, but as you can see, back to YOLO. They are now dying out, needed for recovery, and then later on, we will be back in play.
Coming in now, we get to see this very squad here going against the Devourer, and that's going to be them having no problems at all, only halfway through, a quarter away for them to get this elimination, and that's going to be a big jump for them in regards to the points.
Yeah, let's see how much more they can put in and jumping into points. And as you can see, Acid Corroder, another vicious opponent in terms of monsters, because you will be receiving a lot of damage in there from the acid, and it continues on. That will reduce your HP. It's a good thing they were able to take them out and not a member that has been taken down, but that might be happening later on once they meet up with a different team. But for now, they're just dealing with other entities right now so that they can gather all the points, all the utilities that they need for the PvP.
So far, we are seeing that the yellow squad here is going to be struggling quite a bit in regards to the points here. No, I mean, only having 357 so far. That's going to be a big catch up between them alongside Astral F4. That's going to be 701. But in regards to the top 3 squads here, they are pretty evened up.
Yeah, they're challenging Vicious right now in this battle. The smokes has been popped. Let's see if they can deal a lot more. Knockdown has been dealt with already against Vicious, and I guess that will bring the rest of the team to back out. But no, the challenge has been put in, and they managed to go in, being taken down. But the rest of the teams right now is on target. Now the heal up or the pickup has been done. As which we switch over to Twilight. which is Vicious. They are not too near from what's happening earlier on the battle of those PvP, but what's in between them, a little bit of challenge, more challenge rather, it's a monster dealing the distraction.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Chainsaw Demon here, about to go for a full swing, but fortunately they get the elimination for the right time. And now they gotta go against another entity here, and that's gonna be a bit of a, not really a fight for them here. I mean, it's not gonna be a nightmare for them after all, as they're just putting in really great damage. So, but they do get trailed down here. Unfortunately, they do have the vehicles to play out, and I think this might just be an easy clash for them to finish off, but the squad will come in as well.
Yeah, squad is coming in right now, and let's see which one they will be dealing first. First off, they need to focus on those monsters and aberrations that they will be able to get away with pickups being done right now against the other players. White Yuri is now into this vehicle that leaves Kanda, who will be spawned though, to be left out, and as well as Mikasa, who was fighting it on later, earlier in this match. But as you can see, they are trying to regroup, dealing with a lot more in terms of those monsters, and probably bring themselves back up. But as you can see, there's even more challenge in front of them, as they are just dealing with only a few.
Yeah, only a few indeed. And now we go back to the division here for Vicious. A bit of a catch-up for them as well. Only 462. 792 for the set of Undawn squad, but with the accumulation here for the side of Vicious, they are nearing to even overtake number 3 squad right there. So that's going to be Undawn squad now here, aka YOLO, back to the bottom of the board.
The thing is, they need to deal with a lot more in gathering those points, is as you can see, Black Dawn squad has jumped up with a 400 plus or around 400 plus lead against, and the Black Dawn squad is a GRD, so we didn't see much of GRD earlier, and they are the ones in the lead. But once the team following them is Astral F4, who's already made a good play from the first match. But speaking of which, we are now looking at a GRD. This is what they have to offer, a reason why they are on top. They're very tactical, not really going in for great pushes. They're just gathering all the points that they need.
Yeah, you really can't afford to get third party. No, I mean, I know for a fact that the pressure's on for you to get this accumulation for slaying out the entities here. And so far, they do get one just spawn trap basically. It's a demon. Wasn't so much of a demon for them, but moving over, they gotta go against now the Undawn squad, which is YOLO on the opposition.
Yeah, YOLO right now, and as you mentioned, they need a few of those points, but YOLO has also brought themselves down number 3 spot. But as we can see, the teams is still in the battle though, and GRT will need to put in a lot of fight, because they're being pushed down in that second place because they're not putting so much or getting so much of those points. Now, battle continues right now in the PvP with rotation being done, and there you go, the backstab right now happening. One just in time backing out. Rest of the team right now with that biotic gun healing them up, and this is carnage overall. Team versus team. Who's going to win?
The fight that I love to see. Into the smoke, someone turned on the ventilators. I can't see a thing. The toxicity comes in. The healing comes through as well. From in between, it's going to be a big flash here, a big spray down on the Bison. And it's going to be him finding one on the board. Looking to get some more. Might be able to get some more as the pinch comes through. And that's going to be a double down here for Undawn squad.
And Sanji needs to be picked up as well, and coverage is happening right now. But as we can see, Black Dawn still on that second place, and not Eterna, which is Astral F4 on the top with a huge lead around 200. But as you can see, YOLO on the push right now, or rather, this is a team of Corvus. This is Astral F4. They are the ones in that second place right now, and they are being dealt with. And Neko, who just respawned, will need to regroup with the rest of the teams. Where is the health? Where is the recovery? It's just this one player left behind. And let's see if he'll be safe.
Someone called the cavalry here because I'm just getting tangled up, but unfortunately it's just a bit too late. They go down to the ground. Now we draw things back here on towards the Twilight Squad here, aka Vicious. In regards to Vicious so far, we haven't been able to see a lot, not so convincing, but at the same time, they might just be able to go for another clash here up against another squad on that main road.
Yeah, let's see on what they can do on that main road. But for now, I mean, there's a lot more of challenges that's happening in this game overall. And for the Twilight team, they are right now on number 3. So Vicious, who was earlier on the top, being pushed down, and I mean, with those knockdown can give so much time lost in this battle, thus you can be pushed down that quickly. And once that battle, once that TVP rather has started, it's very difficult to get back up.
Now we get to see the game, or this battle for preliminary is about to end here in just a minute and 40 seconds now. The action is non-stop so far. It's gonna be the Undawn squad here spraying down for dear life. They are able to accumulate big eliminations here up against their opposition. That's going to be able to put themselves onto a jump lease, just trailing the Black Dawn squad. Please just 400 more points.
Yep, I mean, it might look that small, but it's very difficult to grab, especially if you were dealing with so much in this battle. Vehicles right now, let's see if they can rush in against the opponents. A little bit of crash and burn right here that is happening. And there's only a few minutes or 1 minute remaining in this match, and we can see Undawn needs to catch up. Undawn YOLO rather needs to move up, but being part of the top 3, they have a huge chance of increasing the number of points that they have.
We're going 40 seconds left for you to make the difference, and it's just really all about qualifying for you to the final. Now we get to see it's going to be Undawn squad here coming in, looking to possibly change things around, and that's going to be a big old connection here for him on the Bison. What a shot.
Woo! And with that, I mean, they've just pushed themselves up with only 5 points difference towards Astral F4, and let's see if they can bring themselves a little bit higher. They did, and now Team YOLO, just in the nick of time, became number 1 with 2,000 of points. And there you have it. We have the preliminary of match number 2 done and dusted, and on that number 1 spot, a huge jump from number 3 to number 1 being done by YOLO.
Well, that's only the start here. No, we got to talk about the aberrations now in a bit, and oh wow, I mean, a bit of a miss shot there for a set of Vicious, no, but hey, it's all okay. It's all right. You know, we still have another run to go in a few or so, but oh wow, I mean, that was more intense, honestly, coming in comparison from what we saw in that first match.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite really different, especially for those coming in from bracket A or Team A, because they know the rotation that they can take. They had that warm up already, plus the momentum that they had as well. And well, that's one thing. You need to be part of that top 3 team to get into the final stage of this match. And I guess for YOLO, I mean, they, like, no surprise if they will be the one on that number 1 spot by the end of that second or on that final stage. But as we are just waiting for the next battle to continue, we are now just about to start. Aberration is being pulled out from the ground. Which of the 3 will be targeted by the team? Again, 3 teams, 3 aberrations. The battle is about to begin, Enzo.
Well, it may be the Arbitrator G2, Ground Smasher, or the Giant Corruptor on the first hand. It doesn't really matter. We all know, well, these players here will just make use of what they have, and they know for a fact how to stomp this competition down. I want to see PvPvE actions here up and about as we are now in transition to the game. Neptune, are you ready?
Yeah, I am ready, really. I mean, really ready to set up the next stage of this match. Let's head over at the battle of 3 teams. We have YOLO, Astral F4, and GRD in the mix. just hunting down all those aberrations. Which one will bring down the giants?
Here we go. David and Goliath story. We'd love to hear quite a lot. They still have at least 40 seconds to go before the initial round starts itself. But obviously, map control is something that you want to have. In dire situations, a person from the wraparound might just feed you your demise. 25 seconds left.
See, preparation is being done right now, and well, this is going to be rough as we are about to start aberrations. We will be respawning, and as we can see, there's a lot of preparation right now, hiding out against the opponents who might be in there. And as you can see, even the aberrations before begin to pop out. Teams are already rushing in. Battle continues right now. A takedown of 1v2 situation. Shield gun has been popped out, and there you have it. Takedown has been done, and it has been won by GRD.
Now we move over now to Twilight Squad, aka YOLO here for going against Ground Smasher. Once again, you don't want to get hit from that variability of the Ground Smasher, as you don't want to get stunned down to the ground. But big shots coming in here. Pretty stale shots, honestly, but it's really working out quite well. Coming in from the side of GRD.
That is one thing that you have to really do. Put in a lot of shots and also get away of those ground smash. But I mean, they are doing quite well compared to what we seen earlier. It's a very I would say the demise that you feel that when you get hit. But here comes the Arbiter G11 being hit by a different team. Now, Ground Smasher has been defeated already. Nox Eternal Squad, aka GRD, is back into play. Switching over to a different team right now. Now let's see, this is White Cutie YOLO, who will be needing a little bit of help because they're a little bit late into grabbing those points. But as you can see, the shot has been made and damage has begun to pour in.
Actually going to be the Director up through here on the middle side. Going to be able to throw down a few rocks and then, but not really looking to connect anything at all. So this should be just another clear strike here coming in for the side of our players on YOLO. And that's going to be the Director up there, only one life bar away, halfway through to get eliminated.
We have all headshots being managed right now. And there's one thing, I mean, from what we saw earlier, YOLO is going in for the risky move. Up front, face to face, cheek to cheek, feet to feet, whatever you have to do, that is what YOLO is doing right now. And I guess that is why they call YOLO. They only live once, why waste it in going back? But the challenge right now is being done. The enemies is back off, and we have ended that final stage. As we can see, on the max damage, Black Dawn squad has dealt a lot. That is Astral F4, and I guess there's a lot more for secondary damage for the other teams. But match 2 already done and dusted. That was I would say a lot quicker compared to the match number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was really quick, really hyped up, really energetic, and you know, that was really the most constant run so far we've seen that had a lot of just actions that was never really having any, you know, breaking battles at all. I mean, it was a really quick show, really quick run, and it was really convincing there coming from the side of Astral F4.
Yeah, I think that is already 2 match over, and I guess with that being said, we are going to go for a very short break. Once we come back, another set of teams will continue on, and we will still be your casters right now. Raven Championship will continue in a bit, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. Oh.
All right, so I guess we're not yet going in for the break. I thought I did hear a break from the queue, but
it's okay. It's the aberrations. It's the aberrations.
Aberrations. I mean, the aberrations is put in a lot, so much in there. I mean, probably with all the mist that is messing up our heads right now. It's being clouded right now. But again, apologies for that small fluke into our broadcast. And continuing on. Right now, I want to jump into some shout outs. A lot of chats has been pouring in already, and apologies for not putting so much because we were focusing on the game. But we are now seeing some of the viewers out there who's supporting Owen Manalo, who's supporting GRD as well as Astral. And the same goes for Tristan. So again, just give out all the support. Invite all your friends right now. Our target is to reach 15,000 concurrent viewers so that we can get the maximum of our milestone. And there you have it, milestone right now. Again, this is the target. This is what we want to reach. Don't want to deal with the small chunks of reward. We want you to get the bigger chunk, the bigger piece of this pie.
You know how generous it looks already with 1,000 viewers. No, let alone having 15K. That's just multiplying it down to 5 more times for your silver. No, in regards to your silicon carbide particles as well, you do get 40 level 2 by the way. Armor plate supply crate will have 25 ionized. Coating will have 10. Advanced material pack, all you can, will have 10 as well.
Yeah, and well, there you have it. Just a preview of what you're going to grab, especially if you stay with us up until the end, and also invite all your friends. And I saw a few of those viewers as well asking for some silver, asking for some codes. That is what you're going to get. So just wait up, because later on, once we have reached those milestones, then you will just have that available on your screen as well. So again, we are just waiting for the next to happen. I guess that was the score right now. And there you have it. We have the points. As we can see, Astral F4 has managed to take the lead against Sanctuary with the additional points they have. If I'm not mistaken, that was a 140 plus 155, if my math is correct, from that match number 2. And YOLO did so much as well in this battle.
Yeah, I mean, nearly almost doubling it down. So, and I think they did double it down. So props to them here for the set of Astral F4. For the set of Sanctuary and GRD, they are still on that very stale shape because they weren't really able to put up the most of their situation. No, but it's really given for Astral F4 and YOLO as they've been able to play 2 games already.
Yeah, and there you have it. 2 games bring you so much point. But as mentioned earlier, with our schedule, we have 2 match for bracket A already, specifically YOLO and Astral F4, and they will be sitting this one out up until the final match. Up next will be still Vicious and GRD, joined by XEMP and Panda. And there's a lot of Panda fans out there, especially as they're the first champion of our Raven Clash, the first esports tournament that we have for Undawn. So we're really excited to see what they have to offer compared to the teams that we've already seen.
You know, I'm just imagining what has been happening so far. And so far, it's a very broad thing that we've been able to see. And I can't wait to see more into this competition. Here we go. Soon enough, I think we are about to start game number 3 here, if I'm not mistaken. No. So we are going to be heading straight into more action, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, let's see what's going on. Taken down to 1 of Clear Trinity. Oh, Clear View. Sharps almost being taken down to hit Morbid as well as Kaigawa. It is not working so far, and they head into the huge device as they will not pull it down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Garena Undawn Raven Championship Foggy Battle. 2 matches already over, and we are heading to the next match. So far, Aberration has been taken down, teams being taken down as well, but the question is, how many points can you grab in one match? Still in the caster desk, I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Enzo, and we will be giving you the hottest action for today.
Overall, it's really, really good to be here. Thank you, Garena, so much for giving me this opportunity. Let's see what more what more of an opportunity can the teams grab as well here into this competition. For now, though, we take a chill. We take a chill pill here as we are about to move over to our next game.
Yeah, and looking back into our stats earlier, especially with the rankings, Astral F4 has moved themselves up in there with almost 300 points, followed by YOLO. But I would say that is probably because they have 2 matches to play with. And the same will go for Vicious and GRD right now because they are off onto their second match. They will be joined by XEMP as well as Panda. And for those of you who are wondering why the other teams are not getting or not crossing that 100 point mark, is because from the preliminary they are placing themselves fourth and not getting any points onto the final stage or this next stage or stage 2 of that match. So yeah, that would cut you off with only a few points, and to be exact, that will only be a total of 20 points. And if you do that for 2 matches, it will be a tough run for you because 2 matches with only 20 points, that will only leave you with 40.
Blessings would always go to the bald and brazen, so you really have to take the leap of faith as well if you will really want to go rack up those precious points for you to at least secure yourself for the Aberration round, aka the final. So hey, well, let's see if what kind of diversity can be offered into the spectrum as once more in regards to the squads that we'll be playing for the next run here. It's going to be Vicious, GRD, XEMP, and Panda. And this is going to be the first time I'm going to be seeing Panda play out. I can't wait to see what they can offer.
Yeah, I did see them from Raven Clash, and they were champions of that first ever esports for Undawn. Now, this is the second broadcast, brings a lot more excitement right here, and a good chance to see more of these players. But again, a lot of fans might be in there supporting Panda. There's a lot of fans out there who have yet to bring their support right here to the other teams, and I'm seeing that a lot of fans has been gathering up right now. Again, thank you very much for all the shares that you're doing. All you have to do is just wait out for what's going to happen later on, so that we'll be able to increase our viewership and reach those milestones. And more milestone means more rewards for fans out there.
More silver, more silicon carbide particles. You got more armored plate, supply crate, ionized coating, advanced materials pack. All you can. Come on, guys. All you got to do is invite and make sure that we reach the concurrent viewers. Until then, you guys will be able to claim these precious rewards.
Yeah. All right. We are setting up for the next battle in play. Let's see on what this is going to offer right now. We have, I guess, something for everyone. I believe we've already reached our first milestone, and this is a reward for everyone right here. So we're just waiting for that to come up. And there you have it. We have our first redeem code. First milestone has been reached, and this will give you 5,000 silver and 50 silicon. And this is 15 on the equipment crate as well. We love all the support out there. We love all the viewers out there, and hopefully a lot more will be jumping in because I'm pretty sure everyone wants to have more. Imagine like silicon carbide with 50 already, as well as the crafting pack that you have right there. Like that adds a lot more to the silver that you got.
Oh yeah, with every silver that you get, it's going to be pretty precious for you to get it through. And once more, if you guys can't see the redeem code properly, which I know for a fact you guys can, it's RavenChamp08VM, guys. That's gonna be your redeem code here, and that's only the first. Keep in mind, that's only the first, guys. There's plenty more to go as we get to see the whole viewership gets bigger.
Yeah, well, there you have it, guys. And make sure that you type in the correct code. That is an O, not a 0. And If I'm not mistaken, that is 8 is the only number that we have in that code. Now it's gone, and all you have to do is wait for the next one. But if you're watching in different channels, you can always go back and look at that. But now we are ready. We are setting up for the next one of the battle. We would love to see who will be part of this mix right now. As mentioned earlier, Vicious and GRD will be still part of the mix, but XEMP, X Fox, X Regio, Kaiser, Envy, and Crasilia coming from Lost City will be representing XEMP. And for the side of Panda, we have Ivan Noobs, Unsure, Hike, JC, and Cram, 23rd Cram coming from Raven Shelter.
Yeah, so we are seeing this one playthrough, and I can't wait to see how will XEMP and Vicious deal with one each other here, as they're going to be in Lost City. I mean, are you smelling the early altercations here? Because I surely am.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing, especially when I hear Lost, is I want to say, "Are you lost, baby girl?"
Yes.
I mean, that has been come out with so much
Are you lost, baby girl?
of the clips. And with the voice, I mean, I can't help it. I can't help but to say that. But I guess with Lost City, there's no one lost right here other than those who are not in the broadcast. But again, thank you very much who are in here, and thank you very much for sharing more of the stream. Third match is about to be set up. It is about to be hot right now, because not only are we going to see some of the teams who fight it off from match number 2, we're going to see Panda as well as XEMP into the mix, and we can't stress it enough. Panda has made a name for themselves already in the esports scene of Undawn.
Yep, and it's going to be meaning quite a lot here for the rest of the competition to try to put up a fight up against Panda themselves. But obviously, it's a new tournament, it's a new chapter, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and it might just be a better life as well here for the rest of the competition. And if you do end up trampling under the hands of Panda, one thing, the best thing that you can do is just learn from their pathing.
Yeah, and good thing. Thank you very much for the fans out there. XEMP, if I'm mistaken, is X-Emperors, and that is good clarification, so at least we know where that's coming from. And I love how the fans out there, the viewers out there, is giving out so much support, so much love in their comment section, and we just reached our first milestone. So I believe that even before we go in and the third match, rather, we're going to go and reach the third milestone. If I'm mistaken, that is something that we love to see.
Absolutely do. I mean, that's just something that is so entertaining to be greeted by, and I hope that we get to actually see that pan out. Now moving over, I want to see more diversity to the gun competition once more. This is something that I've been asking ever since the start of game number 2. We've been seeing a lot of bionic rifles. We've been able to see a lot of Bisons and those MPX. I want to see more of those ARs.
Yeah, let's see and what utilities and weaponries they will pull out this time around. And here we go, match number 3 between Vicious, GRD, X-Emperors, and Panda now in play. Let's see who's going to be on the top 3, and after that aberration battle, who will be on that number 1 spot. But as you can see, preparations has been done. Initial eliminations of those zombies and monsters being dealt with, and they are getting all the points.
Yeah, and now we are seeing this early game play out, and so far we are going to be looking at the squad of Nox Eterna squad here, just trailing just a little bit here so far. And moving in, we get to see it's going to be them here just claiming those precious basic zombies.
They can grab so much more in here, as well, we're just looking at the teams. Again, this is a team of Sanji and Pasawai. So basically this is coming
Hurry up and head to their position.
from this is coming from team that I don't have yet. This is GRD right now.
Definitely, you know, we're just playing a bit of a guess up here right now. We are pretty blinded on the situation, but one thing for sure, it's gonna be a back and forth slide in, slide out, dancing in, rolling in, and it's gonna be Enryu here about to be able to get the elimination, and he absolutely does.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's a good thing that the heal has been made by the teammates as well. And as you can see, we have Black Dawn right now still on the lead, but the points is not that much though. And these teams of GRD has a good chance to catch up unless they will be pushed down. And right now they are being pushed down to team number 3 or the 3rd spot.
Yep, and now we are seeing this one. For the set of Nox in front of the squad, they are still playing a bit of catch up here, aka GRD. And you know, they did have a bit of a faulty run earlier as well, so it's gonna be not gonna be a very pleasant look as we get to see here for them at this initial start of the game. They are looking to draw things down a little bit. They do get a lot of opportunities up ahead.
Yep, and there you have it. We are now seeing a little bit of change right now. But the thing is, for this team of GRD, the headway is not being done so much that they can catch over against Vicious, who's currently in number 1, and also close behind them is X-Emperors, who is only a few points ahead of them. So they just need to do a little bit more, get all those points. But I think the challenge might be happening. They heard a little bit of vehicles, and there goes a shot, but the teammates, Salbaya has been taken down. Let's see if they can recover.
Now we draw things down here for the set of Black Dawn squad, aka XCMP, and from afar they get players from the side of Undawn squad here, aka Vicious. A lot of damage inflicted so far, and they're initially winning off these gunfights, coming in from the DMRs that they're using, and they're closing in the distance. Pretty confident for them, and that's exactly what I like to see.
Yeah, I mean, we love to see the confidence. The only thing that we hate to see is them losing because of too much confidence. But as you can see, switching over different teams right now. We are back to Black Dawn squad, who is currently this is Vicious, or no, that is X-Emperors, and there's one that needs a little bit of help from them. And we're here. I mean, this is listen in coming from the teams right here, and I guess not so much of communication being brought in this battle. They are dealing with not different teams. They are just dealing with some monsters right now to increase their points.
Yep, and that's really working out quite well for them. I mean, looking at from the front, they do get one already, and from the back, there is going to be another more opportunity for them. That's going to be another run here for the Reaper, and Reaper here is going to try to make a play, but unfortunately stuck inside a fence. And that's just going to be pretty much easy point for them, but a squad hops right in to make it a bit tougher in this time around. And it's going to be a back and forth we go, and the knockout comes in.
Well, let's see if they can pull this off. One has been knocked out, taken down, and needs to respawn. But as we look at Panda right now, they are the bottom of our 4 teams, and they're just dealing with a little bit of monsters, not getting so much of the points yet, and not quite sure what comeback they will be doing right now. And this is not a Panda that we expected. I mean, PvPs, yes, they are great. Probably not yet in this match, or probably they're just warming up, because as we can see, there's a lot more that can be done, especially for those moving or jumping from one point to the other. As we are looking at GRD once again, they are currently in the 3rd place, and a lot of work to do right now going against a different team.
Oh yeah, and now it's going to be the Crossroads coming in, looking to strike down so far. And it's going to be them looking to get them ammunition as well to prepare themselves for the very clash. Now they do have the smoke that is going to be dividing them so far, but the LMG gunplay here coming in from this very wild player on Black Dawn squad will be able to inflict such a huge damage here, and only a few taps away for them to get elimination, but unfortunately the regeneration comes in.
Yeah, regen comes in, they will be recovering, and they will still be dealing with a few when missing that. Still gone against them, still managed to survive, a little bit of healing needed, and it's being done right now. Kaiser with a sniffle of health was able to survive back up. Shield gun domination being used so that they are staying protected. Pick up needs to be done right now, but one of the opponent is still up and fighting back. Now with that flank, with that push, the smoke will cover their approach. Will they be able to go for spray them down? No, they managed to get away, but their team survived.
Yeah, I mean, overall, what a run here from the XEMP, just proving themselves worthy here into this competition. So far, they're on top right now. Vicious trailing not too far behind, but it's gonna be a bit of a climb for them as well, as they're not really getting anything at all. Unlike get to see instead of XEMP, but they quickly call rendezvous. Looking like they want to fall back just a little bit, and that is gonna be a good time for them to do so. I mean, after all, there's still plenty more time to play with. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go. Let's see on how the other teams are working out. And if I'm thinking this is PRD right now that is playing it out. Currently number 3. And, well, I thought I was an opponent who's rushing in. That is quite a surprise with the vehicle. But here we go. Seeing Vicious in their sights. Only one, though, will be targeted. But there's a few shots coming from the other side. So I guess this is a bait and switch that is being done by Vicious. Let's see if they will fall for that trap or probably respond a little bit quicker. A little bit of damage being dealt with, but not so much of taking them down. A good hiding spot for them into the spark. And here comes a rush. And here comes Twilight Panda also joined in. And they are caught in the crossfire right now. Let's see if they will be able to take down the rest. Panda is in here. Another takedown. And from above, not spotted him in front. And another team player being taken down. Nox Eterna, aka GRD, managing to win this gunfight. Question is, for how long?
On the hands is a Bison, and he's waving his hands. Bye, son. Give it up now. Hands down. Coming in, gonna fall back here to gather up with his teammates to push more cohesively as a unit, and so far, it works out quite well. Now they're out in the open. Not much that they can do. Twilight Squad has their back against the wall. Being the champion so far, they're on the trampling fall. And so far, whatever they do, whatever dance they move, it's just gonna be them going down to the ground.
The thing is, even if Panda is being taken down the PvP, team of GRD is not moving up onto that leaderboard. Probably it's because the work being done right now by XEMP with all those zombies and monsters that has increased their chance. With only 3 minutes into the clock right now, the lead is just so much, around 800 to 1,000 for the rest of the teams right there, and this is objective overall.
Here we go. Moving in. Time's gonna be stale for the moment or so. What's gonna be built up now? It's gonna be 2 minutes and 40 seconds from now. It's gonna be the battle of the aberrations, the finals for this match. And we are seeing the Black On squad here, aka XEMP, just playing around the fountain, waiting for opportunities to pass by.
That's one thing that you don't want to pass by and let go opportunities to grab to the point. And the same goes for GRD right now. Yes, they are winning the PvPs, but not getting so much of those points to themselves. And you don't want to be left alone. This is not just a PvP battle. You will need to deal with monsters and grab those points as well. And Ryu has been taken down, knocked down into play. Let's see if a pickup will be done as they fight off other monsters in this game.
Yeah, we're bringing the monsters now under the bed, under the truck. Give it whatever you want. It doesn't matter now. Teams wants to claim this one true, and so far we are seeing Nox Eterna squad, aka GRD here, putting themselves into the mix, and this is the perfect opportunity for them to put themselves up on the board. The question is, can they convert? And so far it's gonna be a head-to-head battle here between them and Twilight, aka Panda. Oh my days, GRD and Panda here going all out, but it might just be Panda here pulling away with this one.
This is a revenge mission for the Panda right here, especially for the initial battle where Panda has been taken down. But with around a minute to work with, how can they play this one out? Because Panda is still in the lead right now, and the team of GRD being left behind. All this distraction being done, but the team of Panda is not letting get them, or not letting them get all those points with Panda right now. Not only are they dealing with GRD, bringing them down, they are still on number 3. But I guess that is enough for them to deal with. They don't really, probably doesn't want to be at the number 1 spot for now. All they have to do is just be safe, grab all those points for the remaining 34 seconds.
Yeah, but talk about Panda. Here's on the number 4 slot right now, and that's just going to be pretty devastating for my liking here. I mean, I wanted to see more action from them, but we're not going to be able to get granted with that opportunity if they don't step up right now. Panda needs to double it down. Up against GRD, head-to-head battle in front. Guns blazing hot inside of toxicity, but it's not going to matter at all for now, as we get to see Panda here trampling under the hands of GRD. 4 more seconds to go, and that's going to be it. Panda falling behind for the finals.
But the thing is, they're great on PvP. The only problem is this is not just PvP.
Yep.
You need to grab all those points and be in the top 3. Unfortunately for Panda, with only a sliver of difference as well as sliver of time, they weren't able to bring themselves up onto that number 3 spot. So not quite sure if that is something of a fluke or probably they were just focusing on defeating the opponents, but Panda will be sitting out this final stage.
You know, in order for you to really efficiently like claim the points that you need to make it to the finals, you really have to divide your mentality to both. Now, if you don't really get a lot of opportunities to PvP, you might just rather stick to PvE and just go for for those other zombies. I mean, you could go for the basics, or you could go really sophisticated. I mean, you can go for the acid corroder, you could go for the devourer. And that really was a big factor in how the XEMP was able to really stay on top of the board.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're not dealing so much of the players or the other teams. They're just focusing on their OBJs, and that's one thing. That's the name of the game right now. This is not the team fight that we often see, that Panda has been a champion of. This is Foggy battles overall, a different game mode, a different gameplay that is needed, and so far it will be sit out by Panda in this final game. But again, we are about to see Vicious, GRD, and XEMP, and with I would say Vicious and GRD still part of the mix. Let's see of how much point they will grab right now, if they can beat what has been done by the other teams who have placed themselves on that number 1 and 2 spot.
All right, let's see who's going to be able to claim these slays on the Giant Aberrations. And we get to see final star students too. It's going to be Vicious and GRD alongside with XCMB here, battling it out. Let's see what's going to be set up to go. Maybe we see early altercations between the squads. Please give it to us.
Let's see. Please give it to us right now. 38 seconds on the clock before the aberrations pop out, and it's around the same instance that we saw earlier. Other teams already challenging the others, and they are winning the out. I mean, putting one player from the gameplay, from the battlefield right now, can give you more advantage in grabbing all those points from the aberration. So that is a good plan of approach. The only thing is you need to hunt down the enemies before the timer runs out. But in only 5 seconds, they will be dealing with the aberrations. Which one will they deal with first?
Well, looking like it for the side of the Black On squad here, they are going to be dealing with the Giant Corruptor here, aka XEMP. And so far, it's going to be a bit of a hippie for them. But on the flip side, here coming in from the side of the Undawn squad, if I'm not mistaken, they are going to be going against the Giant, the other way around. For now, Black On squad, they are going to be dealing with XEMP.
Yeah. Well, let's see on how they will be able to grab all the points right now, as GRD, Giant Corruptor, in play, trying to get away, but will they make it safe? They were able to get out and probably lead themselves onto the next set. The drift didn't pull through, and they went a little bit overboard in that driving. So not quite sure how if they got a license just yet in sports car, but I don't think they need it because they can pull out another one just to make their move.
And GRD now has been able to eliminate the arbitrator as well, and that's going to be a big climb for them here on the board. But now it's going to be them up against the one and only Black Dawn squad, aka XEMP. And so far it's going to be XEMP pulling away with this one. They do take down one up on the board. Looking to reset the momentum so far. The flash comes in. Quite blinded here. Someone turn on the shades. They blinded myself, but now we move in quick. And it's going to be just another altercation here that XEMP is going to be able to ball out with.
Yeah, and there you go. The X-Emperors taking over the battle. The question coming from the scene, are you not entertained? Because they have brought carnage to the enemies. Giant Raptor, though, being dealt with, being challenged by this team. And they need to be cautious right now. But it's already heading in, losing the yellow, heading to the red. But a few of those damage might be received by the team.
Damage here indeed, and we are seeing this one playthrough so far. It's going to be a bit of a struggle here for this very squad, but hey, looks like it's not going to matter for them, at least only halfway through, and they are going to be able to get the slay on towards the Giant Corruptor. They're going to find a way to double it down. One player, Envy, calling Rendezvous, looking to draw the distance down, and I don't exactly know what's going to be called there, but they decided to pull away.
They did pull away, though, but as we switch over to a different team, we are looking at Vicious right now, and well, they are dealing with other players in the mix. 1v2 situation will not be successful, and they will be knocked out. Now, the only question is, are the teammates still alive and kicking? They are, and there's no backing down. Only one remains, and will this be a clutch? Or two remains, rather. Will this be a clutch? Will they be able to take them down? Almost, but here comes the slide and the jump from behind, and the damage has been dealt with. They will be brought down.
So far, the Black Dawn squad here will have 54%, and that's going to be them claiming quite a lot. But in regards to them on PvP, it's just not looking so bright for them after all. And we do see a bit of a hiccup right there here for this very squad. But at the same time, things are going to be pretty stale here. This Giant Corruptor is going to be in between these two squads. And these two squads here would love to prioritize each other first before the Giant Corruptor itself.
Yep, the battle is continuing on in PvP. And Ground Smasher, Ground Smasher is another aberration that you don't want to deal with once you are facing off an enemy. It's a good thing they're winning right now. Team of GRD is still in the play, and let's find out who will be on the top right now. So far, a little bit of distance from the rest of the teams compared to those battling each other. Let's see on how this pan out.
Oh, big beam down here for this very player. Now he does get him down to half, but he is on 1/4 as well. And Ryu healing up. Gonna try to make the play to come true on the shotgun. Will be able to miss the 2 pops, but the third connects, make it the 4th as well. Such a good elimination here for them. And that's gonna be them leaving a lot of room as well to get more accumulation here. After all, there's still 9 minutes and 20 seconds left to play with.
Yeah, GRD right now. Let's see on how they can go in and fight with the remaining minutes in this game. Just PvP right now they're seeing, and they are battling XEMP, and GRD and XEMP right now is really hot on each other's heels. Here comes the rush. The jump doesn't work. He falls down. And Pasawai also goes down. Only 2 remaining from the team, but they are slowly being slayed. Only 1 remains, as the rest will spawn later on. They have plenty of time to play with, but with this time, we don't know if they have grabbed so much points already. There goes the jump, there goes the head, and managed to survive. Will he be able to bring one down? No! Losing that battle in 1v2, almost bringing it to 1v1.
Unfortunately for the side of GRD, XCMP, they are just going to be able to overpower them down cohesively. And that's going to be them here still, rocking things down. Coming from the preliminary rounds all the way down to the finals. Now the battle lives on. They still have plenty of more battle to go at. It's looking to be a 3v3 situation here so far on this fountain side. Back and forth we go. A lot of investments will be coming into the play. But it's looking like it's going to be XCMP here looking to draw the distance down as they're getting overwhelmed by the power of GRD.
GRD, let's see if they can get back this time. They have a good high ground right now with the flank. Have made them deal with a few damage. Healing and also using a few more changeover to a shotgun. Let's see if they can put in a backstab. Unsuspecting, not hearing, but managed to recover a little bit with help of teammates. And there goes the shot, almost, and there goes the down. Now you need to hide out. Shots on you, and there goes the respawn. This is what we love, PvP on this battle, but again, the question remains, are they gathering enough points right here to bring themselves to the #1 spot? Yes, there are points in getting or in being the top in killing opponents, but they need to deal with max damage, and we don't have any view on who dealt the max damage from the 3 aberrations. The only thing that they're doing right now is dealing with the players because aberrations has been taken out.
You know, you asked the players to give us a fight, give us a show where PvP is mostly involved. They handed it out to us, and that's exactly why I like this very grouping right now, because everything is just so constant, so spontaneous here in regards to the PvPs. So far, we're not really seeing any aberrations run anymore. It's just all going to come down to what they claim here from this battles between themselves.
Let's see, and as you can see, drones being used right now, and a little bit of smokes and corrosive being used. Now, here comes a jump, here comes the hit. Shotgun has been pulled out, but misses those shot. But finally, with the help of the team, managed to knock the opponents out. Sanji needs a little bit of help. There goes the backstab. There goes the cavalry in. Oh my goodness. What a great play, especially with the shotgun switching over to AR. Pickup will be done and recovery will be also ensuing, but here comes the rest of the teams. Twilight not yet over. XEMP doesn't want to end this that quickly, and they are still challenging Enryu at this point. Enryu managed to get away, but was he able to heal up? No, he doesn't. He goes down.
Vicious GRD XCMP is in the same vicinity right now, so it's looking to be a very heavy battlefield here as of the moment. And so far, the last casualty was GRD facing a bullet to the face as he goes down to the ground. But now we move over here to the side of GRD once more. They are longing to put up a great influence now from the distance. It's going to be great healing here for them. Lovely support here coming from the side of GRD. But GNRyu enough on the front line needs some backup. But unfortunately, he gets shocked down and he goes down to the ground as well.
Enryu is always in the front line, especially with that shotgun on him. But he needs a little bit of help, and especially a little bit of healing, especially when that ensues. But as you can see, it's takedown after takedown. Salvaje, the only one in here trying to recover as we switch over to a different team. And well, Kaiser and the rest of XEMP right now, they need to make do with what they have. They are putting in a lot into play back to GRD, where we've seen so much great gameplays from Enryu. Will he survive it this time around?
Will he survive it? Let's find out. Once more, this is probably the longest finals we've seen so far now. I mean, looking like they wanted to drain down the time until it's dry, and so far, you're still seeing GRD getting the most hits. We're not really seeing them put up a fight right now, and I think it's about time for them to call rendezvous and just call back, pull away from the situation right now, because they haven't been able to accumulate anything at all. In fact, they still want to go head-to-head here up against this time around Vicious. Vicious, unfortunately, is not going to make any difference at all on towards a run.
Nice spray right now, especially with that AP-19. And, well, they are surviving. Good shot. Definitely half health right there. Let's see if a get back follow-up will be done. But they need to be careful, though. GRD is being stuck in front of 2 players. Here comes a different team. Vicious on the run, being chased with the containers. But on the other side of this spectrum, we are seeing a battle over all high ground being taken, being dominated at this point. And will they survive? A little bit of healing gameplay being done on the teammates. And I love how this playing out, how this panning out. There's more in this match for the points gathered in PvP that we've seen from the other matches.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's really true, because like, aberration's not really the topic here for this very squads. They just want to go head-to-head here and make and let the best team wins in PvP. So far, I'm really loving the energy here for set of GRD. They can catch a break, but so far they haven't been able to, do anything at all so far. So the distinction here between them and the other squads is that, they get a lot of casualties, but they just don't. They're not really able to accumulate anything.
Yeah, I mean, they won't be able to communicate anything at this point, but I mean, there's a lot of things that they need to consider, especially with those coming from behind. Good healing coming in from the back as they challenge the ones who are putting up the fight up close. Here comes the rest of the teams right now. Here comes a rush, and there's no obstacle too high, especially with the rage that what we are seeing right here coming from XEMP.
Here we go. Coming in, XEMP is just going on a primal rage here, but Vicious looking to draw things down as well. Back to GRD here. They are going to be playing inside the storage room. And it's going to be them getting the first initial shot, but the damage comes in from the DMR. And now we get to see it's going to be Vicious so far here, winning the first initial casualty. Pops the util. But now that's going to be a drop down there for them. Might just be able to draw a bit of distance. Great healing as well coming here from the side of Vicious, if I'm not mistaken. That's exactly the whole coordination here being found over for the side of that squad.
Yeah, let's see. This is GRD right now, fighting it up, and Vicious, blinds them, blinds us, blinds everyone. Need a little bit of glasses right there, and need to ask you, where's your Ray-Bans, Enzo? Because at some point, once we get flashed, like everyone is seeing the heavens, and it's already misty in this game. Now, as you can see, a little bit of rush from this side coming from XEMP, and there goes the push, there goes the roll, and 1v2 will not be stronger than a solo player.
Now we have been able to see so much else here coming from the side of GRD, but their commitment, their devotedness, the way that they're able to put themselves into the battlefield so bravely is just going to be able to put themselves into a lot of opportunities so far. But coming in, they need to move in quick. They got to find a way to get the kills here, setting in, up in the board, dancing it in, jumping around, not able to get the kill, not just yet from afar. It's going to be Vicious here, putting themselves up in the board. Last 15 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, 15 seconds on the clock. 10 seconds to go. The battle continues, trying to get away, and there goes the roll, being stuck onto the side. And there we have it. The battle's over. In a bit, we're going to see who is on top after that finals. But again, this is a different perspective overall. This is where you put in all those PvPs compared to what we've seen Panda do earlier on the preliminaries. And that is one thing that that probably was other teams are not expecting. I mean, you put in a lot of points in the preliminaries, and then later on you can deal with PvPs all you want, especially what we've seen in this match number 3.
Initially, the teams here coming from this very group of brackets now is that they were really going for the aberrations at the first hand, but they realized, hey, you know what, let's just go head to head. Let's show everyone who's better here on PvP. And that's exactly how they were able to run in the show. And that was the first time that we were able to see the time dragging down on that very run for the finals. Amazing.
When I thought that it is quick, well, I guess they dealt with the aberrations quite quickly. And they dealt with the aberrations quite quickly, quite fast, gather all the points that they need, and then they just dealt with the next obstacle, which are the other teams, before the time runs out. And with that being said, once you jump into a PvP, it becomes more difficult. It becomes more tiring, though, for the team. So, not quite sure if anyone went tied right there, but what I can say is for the team of Bracket C, Vicious, and GRD, they had a few minutes of rest, especially since we just jumped in from the break. The only question is, will X-Emperors as well as Panda do the same? Well, Panda had plenty of time to rest right there, especially since they sit out the preliminaries, but they are up for match number 4.
Oh yeah, they definitely are, and that's exactly something that I've been waiting to see as well. So far, I'll need to see a bounce back here for them. And keep in mind, the points that they had coming in from the preliminary round was just so lackluster, to be honest. So I want to see them put up a better fight, considering you are the first champions of the Undawn, Raven Championship. So you really have to build up this profile and live up to it.
Yeah, and speaking of living up to it, I love the viewers. I love the love that has been shown in here. We have reached not only the 2,000, but also the 3,000
Okay.
on the concurrent viewers, and the milestone has already been unlocked. Later, we're going to show you the code, especially once everyone, especially for those who have stayed in here, because it did drop down a little bit, but because the battle has already over. Later on, once the battle continues, I guess the teams will be seeing their more once again. But there we have it for the 2,000 viewers. This is the code for this event, for this giveaway. And not only are you dealing with silver and those silicon carbide, we also have some fiberglass as well as some basic material packs for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be coming in pretty detrimental as well if you're longing to get yourself some buildups now. And overall, the code here will be remaining the same, but this time around, instead of an O, you put up a 0 instead. That's going to be Raven Champs 0TSD, guys, if you guys want to claim this redeem code.
Yeah, I mean, again, the distinction earlier, it was an O. This time around, it is a 0 followed by TSD. And again, if this continues on, if you bring so much of viewers out here, share so much of the stream in all the groups that you're part of that's related to Undawn, as well as on your profile pages, on your chats, to your friends, Discord friends, of Facebook friends, then we might get the top of this milestone. Again, thank you very much. And we didn't disappoint. I did mention earlier that after, or by the end of this match number 2, or number 3 rather, we'll be able to get the next milestone. So since we ask, we receive, why don't we ask for a lot more? Why don't we reach 5k on this next match? Because so much more. Panda is still here trying to catch up, if they can catch up. And we still have XEMP or X Emperors also in the mix. So let's see if they can bring in all those fire.
You know what? Prove Neptune wrong, guys. I want you all to skip a step. Skip 5k, just head straight to 15k, straight up, and claim this precious 25,000 silver all the way down to 40 silicon carbide particles. Level 2, by the way, armor plate, supply crate 25, ionized coating 10, and advanced material pack all you can of 10. But now moving over now to the overall board, here it's going to be Astral F4 on top so far. 2 matches has been played for them, 295. YOLO as well on 275. GRD on 2 matches played as well. That's going to be 270 accumulated for them. And on the bottom side here for the set of Vicious, they only got 130 with 2 games played.
Yeah, the thing is, Panda, this is not what we are expecting them to be in. They are number 8 right now with only 20 points. And, well, we want to see that come up. But compared to XEMP, I mean, they are the only team who was able to cross 150 on one single match, if I'm not mistaken. But this match number 1 for X Emperors right now is already ahead from what we've seen earlier. So this is just looking good. X Emperors might be the ones on the number 1 spot by the end of this. Again, Astral F4 and YOLO is not part of the previous battle, but they will be back in this match number 4. So this is their last chance to maintain that top spot.
Yeah, it's going to be meaning quite a lot here for them, though. So, well, for the side of X Emperor, as you did say, they have claimed so much already coming in from their very first game. I wouldn't be so surprised as well if they can just like override things down and just take like a 100-point lead up against Astral F4, especially if Astral F4 or YOLO will not be able to put up an impact here. And coming in, GRD is not really trailing too far behind up against YOLO, as they are only 5 points behind as well. I mean, if you do look at the discrepancy here between YOLO and Astral, it's only really 20 points.
Yeah, only 20 points, and that's like you can catch up on that even if you don't reach on that final matchup, on that final battle. But I'm pretty sure they don't want to deal with minimal points. They want to go all in, be that number 1 spot, and both preliminary as well as the final battle, because for Team A, those coming from or bracket or team bracket A rather, those coming in from YOLO and Astral F4, it is their last chance to do so. They did already in the first two matches. Last chance for them to jump in.
Well, here we go. Moving now. We do get to see the composition here for the set of Sanctuary Alpha, XCMP, and Panda. For the set of Sanctuary, we got all these: Zachero, Banry, Porbs, and EX. And for the set of Alpha, we got Moon, KRM, King XC, Rosinant, hey, and Baby Babe. And that's going to be for the set of X Emperors. We got X Fox, X Raikyo, Kaiser, Envy, Cresselia, and last but not the least, we have Panda here onwards. The run, we got Ivan, Noobs, Unsure, Hike, Jezzy, and 23rd Cram. And for the sponsor, Sanctuary will be on the Raven Shelter, Alpha on at Lost City, X Emperor on at Lost City as well, and Panda on Raven Shelter.
Yeah, and there you have it. I mean, the teams, the players, and their shelter, their clan. And I love how this is turning up right now. Well, I would love it more if Panda will be dealing with points first and then dealing with a PvP later on. I guess they have a wake up call, but how can they catch up? Because it's so much point that they need to do right now. It means that they need to push the team of, I would say, XEMP a little bit further, beating them with, well, not getting a point, probably place them in the number 4 and then later on grab the number 1 spot so they can be the ones on top. But easier said than done, especially with what we've seen from XEMP. Like, it's only match number 1 for them. That is the reason why they are on number 4 spot. But this gives them more chance to take that number 1 spot because they have the highest point from a single match. I believe this is the highest point for a single match coming from a team.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised now because like the way that X Emperors was able to like really hold down the show. You know, they knew their priorities straight up coming in from the preliminary rounds all the way down to the finals. And I think for the initial start of the finals, they were really going for the aberrations, but initially they did catch up that a lot of the players are going for PvP, and that's exactly what they did. Now, for the side of Panda, honestly, I think it's going to be a bit of an improbable case for them to play catch-up, not unless they play like a very, very perfect round here, especially on this very specific round now. All the way down to match number 4. Let's see if Panda has what it takes to put up a comeback.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not the end, though, for Panda. This is only their second match, and they will be showing up on match number 6. So we are about to start the battle. Again, this is match number 4 right now between bracket B and bracket D. X Sanctuary and Alpha will be back, and X Emperor and Panda will still remain. Now let's see who is going to win this up, especially with the points that they can gather from taking down a lot of these entities.
Basic necessary farming here coming from the initial zombies now, and so far this is exactly what we like to see. A lot of the teams here not really rotating all across the map in hopes of getting a PvP run because it's not really so efficient here. It's just all going to come down to zombies, but obviously casualties is bound to happen here in the long way route. Let's just see who's going to be the first 2 teams that would meet.
Yeah, let's see who will be meeting. And as you can see, there's a lot of action, but not against the players just yet. But anyways, we are moving in Beagle gameplay coming from this team, this XNB, our team of XNB once again. And well, let's see if they can put in the same fight that we saw them put in earlier. And XEMP right now, not quite sure if they are dealing with a few of the opposing players, but I guess they will just be dealing with monsters. And I love how the setup is. They're just waiting for their other players, or one will be waiting for other teams to, if they plan to jump on them. Ripper right now will be ripped to shreds, especially with accuracy that we can see, and only a sliver of hell, as Crowder will be next from afar, and they are still going in for the takedown.
They're definitely going for the takedown now, and we get to see Undawn squad here. Going to be able to play across the intersection. And they're going to be able to deal with a few entities here all around, but that's not going to be them getting a lot of opportunities in regards to PvP. But hey, They're making use of what they can do so far, and it's looking like it's going to be working out in regards to at least, playing catch up. But if you want to get convincingness, you got to find a way to bring in the big boys, bring in the big battles, and go for PvPs.
Yeah, let's see if they can bring in the PvP a little bit early in this game. And so far, we are looking at Alpha right now. Just dealing with a few of those entities. And they're a little bit spread out, I would say. They are focusing on two things at the same time. And this is a good plan, though. They have a good chance of putting out not only the opposing team, but also all the entities surrounding them and grabbing all the points because they really need it. For this team of Alpha right now, they don't have so much of points, not even crossing that 350 mark.
Yep, nothing at all. And so far, I think this is the lowest point that we've seen so far here on the preliminary rounds. We haven't really seen a lot of convincingness here coming in from each and every squad now. Nonetheless, obviously, we get to see things flip around, but for now, not really anything at all. But hey, as the game would say, the second zombie boss wave spawns in 1 minute. And that's going to be more opportunities granted here for our players.
See which opportunities they will take, and will they be able to continue on. So far, it's all entities aberrations being dealt with right now. Not so much of players surrounding them. And with Alpha, I mean, they really need to catch up. They really need to get all those points right now, but it's not showing up just yet. Finally, a few of those being gathered to increase their numbers. But how can they go against the 800 the other teams already had?
One good clash could absolutely make the difference, but they have to find a way to do it now. And so far, we are seeing that all three squads here is on the 800 point mark, but one squad here will still be trailing quite a lot. And I don't exactly know how to feel about this one. So far, we are seeing the run here for the side of Panda, which fortunately they are on the number 2 spot right now. But with what happened on the previous round for them, I can't really afford any complacency.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, there's really no room for complacency right now, and we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they'll be able to catch up in all the points that they need. Panda will be in there from what we saw earlier, but back to Alpha right here. I mean, not quite sure what is happening to their side. They are dealing with a lot of those entities, but not getting so much of the points. Probably it has been lost already for the other team, so they need to be cautious on how they plan and play this out, because time is running out. Only 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't exactly know how can Alpha respond back from this very situation right now. 446 points here for them. That's been really the way that they've been playing this game out, coming from like the last 2 minutes now. They haven't been able to evolve big time. While for the set of Undawn squad, Twilight squad, Black Dawn squad, they exactly know what to do. But hey, let's see if that's going to be a reversal here for Alpha as they get into a clash up against one squad here up ahead, and that's going to be Sanctuary on the opposition.
Let's see if they can go in opposition on this battle. A little bit of a race happening between the sports car and motorcycle, but there you go. We have them moving aside. XEMP right now. A little bit of damage, a little bit of a carnage happening. Road rage overall, and well, let's deal with the small zombies out here. At least they are still getting all those points for the side of XEMP. And guys, just to set the expectation for those of you who are unaware, the only view that we have right now is it's either 1 or 2 players out of everyone in the team. So for those looking for Raikyo, he was in there but don't have his perspective. Let's see right now if they can show up this sound. XEMP right now dealing with a Reaper, and once again ripping them to shreds.
Yeah, ripping them down to shreds indeed. And now we are seeing them really be able to get this one through here. Undawn squad, aka XEMP, here is just making sure that they get this through here on this very stage itself. Well, in all honesty, Twilight squad, nothing much to worry about that very squad here. But they are taking a lot of beating here, and that's going to be damaging their points quite a lot. But the remaining top three teams, I mean, the top three teams so far coming from the last 5 minutes is still pretty much the same here, Neptune.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Let's see if there will be any changes. But the thing is, earlier when when we were focusing on the other teams, we are seeing that the gap between them is not that far. But as you can see right now, we are now seeing that Undawn squad, who is currently number 1, XEMP, doing a lot of damage overall with 4 minutes remaining. They're already very close to that 2,000.
Yeah, very close indeed. And now we are seeing things breaking through and letting loose here on towards this very round itself. Only just a few more minutes to play around with. Gonna make do of what you can do here into this game. And now we are seeing a lot of rotations here being put to place here, coming in from Nox to turn the squad. No, but for the set of Nox to turn the squad, actually, it's gonna be a heavy beatdown. Oh my days, calm down.
Oh, and there you go, up close and personal onto that Reaper. Now, as you can see, Nox Eterna, aka Alpha. Well, they're not going for Alpha move at this point. They are beating the Delta squad right now, being number 4, and there not so much of movement in the points that they have. Though we saw earlier, but those in number 4 can easily jump up to that number 1. But how much time do you need to deal with that? But speaking of which, dealing with enemies or with zombies, as well as putting it so much and grabbing all those black boxes for the scores, is being done right now by Panda, and now they are number 2.
Number 2 indeed, and looking like they are still looking to play a bit of a trying to at least secure the spot more over. So I mean, yes, for sure there's only 3 minutes to play with, and there's barely any room for any changes, but you can never be complacent, as we get to see or we get to talk about earlier now. And now so far things are more stale compared to what we saw coming from the last 2 to 3 minutes, and we're not really seeing anything play out so far. So this is exactly a refresher here. I think they need this time badly to prepare themselves for the aberrations later on.
Yeah, definitely. And this time around, I mean, earlier when we start looking at Panda, they were in the 2nd place. Now they are number 1 spot. Will they be able to maintain this? And again, I cannot stress it all enough how much they need to grab all these points, being that number 1 in the preliminaries. But as you can see, the battle is over. And it has already begun. A little bit of vehicle gameplay, a little bit of crash and burn leading to some of the players being taken down. But as we can see, we have XEMP right now on the battle. It is XEMP right now on the battle, and they are the ones in number 1 taking over the reins against Panda once again. But for the team of Alpha, I mean, they are working their way. They need to do a little bit more.
Yeah, just a bit more here for them. At least no, but a big bomb down coming in. Palm action to the face. What a disgrace. Oh my days, bro. And so far, it's going to be a battle continuously. We do get to see a lot of things span out, and now it's going to be Undawn squad here, aka X-Empress, going up against Twilight Sanctuary. The Sanctuary here will be feeling the burn so far.
Yeah, they are being burned right now, especially with those beaming them down. XMB right now will be healed, and so far they still manage to bring down the enemy 4-man strong as they rush in. Final minute into this game, and they have not so much of a lead though. Especially there's an easy comeback that might be pulled up by Panda at this point. So only 185 difference between them and 45 seconds to play with.
Here we go. 40 seconds left. Coming in. We are seeing now it's going to be Alpha here spraying down for dear life, looking to make some difference, which is probably the case. We get to see the Twilight squad here is on a very, very unstable ground right now. A bit of catch up here for Nox to play with. Until then, they're going to be able to overpower and take the lead out away from Sanctuary. And just like that, the tides has turned. 15 seconds left on the clock to play with.
Yep, and make that 10 seconds. And a good plan. It might be late, but leaves their part of the finals unless it will be dealt with the final second. But I guess that's a no. There we have it. I guess it's was it Sanctuary? Sanctuary has been pushed out from that play, and a good run that has been shown not only by Panda and X-Emperor, but also by Alpha, who managed to beat Sanctuary to the final few seconds.
Oh, wow. I mean, that was really a back and forth game, though. And then as we thought that all of a sudden Alpha was out to the mix, hell to the no, they took the remaining 40 points that they needed to even things up. And that's exactly why you never count a game, not unless it's finished.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not over until it's over. That is what we often hear, and I guess that is what will apply with that gameplay. But it's not yet over. Overall, it's not yet over, because we are just taking a minute break before the final stage will come in. Again, aberrations will be coming up, and it depends on who will be grabbing all those points first once they pop out. And once all the aberrations has been beaten, the PvP battle begins, and that's what we love, especially from a previous match that we've seen. Let's see if that will happen once again. For the longest time, there's so many changes that we've seen overall from match number 1 up until this moment. Let's see if they can surprise us once again.
I mean, I'm all in it for surprises, but my heart probably can't take it anymore. But hey, let's see if that's gonna be the case. And I'm too young to have heart problems, though. Yeah.
Oh, I guess usually the heart problems come in for those who are young, but I'm not talking about like physical heart, but it's more of the emotional heart. So hopefully you're mindful enough to get away from those heart problems. But as you can see, there's no problems right here. Alpha, XEMP, and Panda is back into play. As quickly as that, they will be chasing for the aberrations.
Right here we go. Sanctuary out from the mix. Unfortunately, we're on the verge of getting this one through, but now the spotlight is on for the squad, so we'll be battling on towards the central part of the map. And Flashes comes by, flashing in. So far, it's going to be just 2 squads here battling things out, and get to see Alpha here just all alone. Not really having anything on their hands.
Yeah, that is one thing that you need to plan out for. Where will you challenge, and which aberration will you be putting down first? And well, we still have 10 seconds to wait for. And again, everyone is already set. As you mentioned, there's not so much of a challenge compared to what we've seen earlier. I mean, I guess some of the teams managed to put their position against different aberrations before they deal with the entirety of the team rushing to one. But Groundbreaker right now, one of the most vicious that we've seen, and if you're bold enough, you will be standing in there even as the ground is breaking. That is what they're doing right now. Let's see if they will be able to survive a little bit longer.
Oh yeah, and now this ground smasher here is just barely having any chances at all. I mean, just looking at the setup here from this very spot of Twilight Squad is looking to be pretty well. They know exactly what they got to do to really evade the damage at the same time. Inflict enough for them to rack up those.
Well, we have XEMP right now, X-Emperors right now, going in for a rush onto the next one. Let's see if they'll be able to find that, or probably a few players. But a little bit of mix-up, a little bit of traffic has been dealt with by the other teams. But as you can see, 2 teams dealing with 1 aberration. Giant Corruptor in between them, and knockdown has happened as well. We saw a little bit of sniping battle that has been put out. And how are they going to come back after this?
Yep, recovery is something that is going to be worth mentioning later on, but for now, I do see the players here at 23rd Cram. I think this is going to be the players here coming from the set of Panda. Moving in so far. They're going to be evading away from the Giant Corruptor. I think they want to move on to the next one here, and I think they are going to be heading into the direction, if I'm not mistaken, onto that arbitrator.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to bring down the mecha, the robot. and it's not in disguise. This is just out in the open right now. There is no transforming for this guy, just a takedown and a hit after a hit being received and also being dealt with by the team. JC and Unsure right now putting in so much of fight, and will they be able to deal with so much more? A little bit of red that will bring them in danger, but it's a good thing. Oh, the heal comes in, but the pickup by itself, a smart move indeed coming from this team.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big run here for the set of Panda. Moving in now and back here to the run, if I'm not mistaken, of X Emperor. They are gonna be able to take down the ground smashers here. Only a few more to connect. Only a quarter away, less than a quarter away actually for them to get the kill, and they really want to pull away with this one. I think they've had enough already, and I think they're complacent ready for what they have accumulated.
Yeah, I mean, leaving this, not really taking out this aberration is smart move, because this will not push them quickly on that PvP. And as you can see, Ground Smasher has been defeated, taken out, and not quite sure if there's still a few more. There is a couple of aberrations left in this game, but as you can see, it's the Twilight Squad that they are battling right now, and they are losing this fight.
Yeah, and now it's going to be the PvP series so far into this competition, and in between it's going to be that Arbitrator itself. The Arbitrator is only less than halfway through from getting eliminated from the battlefield, but the squad fight has to be prioritized first, and from a distance. It's going to be the players here coming in from the side of, if I'm not mistaken, that was the Eterna squad now. And that's going to be them falling away and looking like they are about to really get this one through. This Arbitrator is getting a lot of damage, but now we get to see Panda puts himself into the mix.
Yeah, put themselves in the mix right now, and not only are they dealing with a different kind of monster, also dealing with a different team, and Panda being hit. Let's see if they can survive, especially for the team of X-Emperor right now. Panda on the crosshair, and not only that, they also have the Arbitrator to dealt with only a few HP remaining for this giant. It will be taken down now. Yes, all three has been defeated. No, we still have the giant Corruptor though. It's still alive, and there's no PvP that will be happening that soon. They pull out just in time to leave it alive and fighting so that they can bring more points later on.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now we are seeing back to the action here for the set of XMP. It's going to be Panda here all across, and it's going to be a 2v1 so far here on this mid street, but looking like it's going to be a bit of a pull away here for the side of XCMP, as Panda was able to put up really great inflicted damage on the early stage, but at the same time XCMP, you know, they're caught in the pinch right now. They do have a lot of squads to deal with, but on the front line, Panda here getting sprayed down. Not going to be enough to put on the knockdown, not just yet, but that is going to be enough for at least them to call away and run away for dear life.
And run away for dear life they do. Even with vehicles, can they be saved? No, they go down. And that is what's being offered right now. And even the teammates' vehicles being taken down as well. So trigger happy for this team. Now, the only question is, will they be able to find the rest of Nox Eterna? Panda right now, I mean, there's no disguises for the Panda. All white and black in that big big chubby bear. Let's see if they will be able to beat them down. Here comes the jump, here comes the hit, and the parkour could have been the fail for him, and there goes the takedown as well. Now we can see only a few HP remaining for one player of the Panda, and to get away, hide out through the 3 trees. That is what Panda is doing well. There's no bamboos right here to get and eat. All they have to do is heal themselves up and rush the opponent.
And then they are mechanically capable now. That's exactly what we talked about. In regards to PvE, Panda is not really the strongest suits right there, but in regards to PvP, they can absolutely beam down, and that's exactly what they're doing right now against Team Alpha. All across the map will get shouted down. Now it's going to be Panda here looking to utilize the opener for them to close down the distance, but unfortunately Alpha, they draw back away from the battle.
Yeah, and well, there we have it. We have XEMP also in the mix right now. And dealing with a vehicle to get away. Will this pull through? I guess it managed to get away. There's no confirmation on that hit. And that is a huge, awesome driving out there. Vehicle, motorcycle has been pulled out. Or chase might be on. And let's see on what will be happening. 6 minutes and 27 seconds remaining in this battle. And this is Nox Eterna, aka Panda, being dealt with right now.
Yeah, games here just getting played down to the teeth here, played by the hearts. Everyone's just doing what they can do here just to, you know, put up the fight so far. And so far I can't really gauge who's going to be coming out on top, but one thing for sure, it has been 50-50-50 here for these various squads.
Well, let's see. We have Alpha right now, blinded! And they will be hiding out. It's a good thing no one has their guns pointed at them. Probably it's just as a ninja trying to get away. But no, it was a flank. Another blind, another flashbang being thrown at them. But with a shield gun, they are bringing the action down. XEMP being the Emperors, not going down from the throne.
Oh yeah, and that's exactly how they lived by on the preliminary rounds as well. They were able to just lay things down out from the competition. But moving back here, it's going to be a bit of a run, a bit of a ruzzle and duzzle here for these two squads now. Coming in, we got Panda going down under the raft of XEMP. And that's just moving over to just what we get to see from them though. Things are going to get slowed down just for a bit or so. But Black Dawn squad, they want to put themselves into the mix as well. Team Alpha going to be closing in the distance while we get to see this very squad here is looking to look for a better angle before they commit for the clash.
Alpha right now trying to go in for the rush, but the thing is, XEMP has a stronger approach and they have built Rome surrounding them. Cover has not been blown just yet. Shots from afar, unseen. Undawn. Let's see if it's there. Yes, there it is. They've seen it. And I guess the player, I heard them say, oh, Undawn.
You done?
Undawn nga.
You done? I'm hungry. I'm done. There.
Undawn.
Just like that. Just like that. Take the kill. Take the shot. Put him down to the ground. Bury him down 6 feet under. He doesn't really get the connection now. Sniper gameplay though coming in. They're able to pop 2 shots. No connection, not just yet. Spots down another one. Will he go for the shots? Looking like he wants to go for the nade instead. And now with the sniper, he wants to close down the distance. I don't exactly know if I like this play.
I mean, there's a very difficult fight, especially in snipers in this misty field, but still managed to get that hit, but no takedown just yet. And I guess that is why we don't love it, because there's no follow-up that can be done. Yes, you can go for the initial slay, but the heal has been done to save him, but only of you, and there goes the hit. What a nice accuracy coming from this team. And Panda, or players from Panda, are going down. Now let's see if they can pull it through for the team of Alpha. And they're using the agilities right now to cover their approach. Here comes the rush, but managed to get away and hide in the boxes. Nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to go, but where have they hit it?
Oh, what a shot. What a sniper. Oh, wow. That might just be enough to soften things up in regards to the defense, but at the same time, they still need to connect a few more. See their flash coming by. Is there any pushes? I don't think so. A lot of hesitance here coming from these various squads, but now we get to see big commitment here coming in from the opposition. Twilight Squad, aka XEMP, gonna go hand in hand, head to head, butting themselves here left and right. And at the end of the day, it's still gonna be also on to find who's gonna be able to pull away, but winning for sure. Black Dawn, Alpha, and XEMP going at it here at this run.
Thing is, Kingsley is still alive in there trying to pick up the 2 of the players right here, but as you can see, out in the corner, Black Dawn Alpha has been taken down. And I love how XP is playing this time around, and they're not going in so far from this battlefield, from this area, but they're just roaming around, making sure that they're safe. They will not be spotted, and they've split up as well because, as you can see, Regio is in there a little bit too far from the rest of the team. That is confidence that you have for your teammates.
That's exactly what you need. Morality is such a big factor here. I mean, at the end of the day, we can always talk about how even the gunfights here for these very respective squads, but what can separate them is now the mentality, the morality, the way that you can just put up yourself confidently into the battlefield and engage into the gunfights up against the rest of the squads as well into the battlefield. And here we go. We got to see the first squad here going to be rotating quite closely into the middle part of this mid street, and they are going to be dealing with one squad here that's going to be a bit of a hippie so far, and it's going to be Panda here having their back against the wall, running away for dear life. Heavy clash coming in, and from afar they do get one. Can they find a double? Absolutely yes.
And there you have it. This is a huge play indeed. Not going down, not backing out, and good follow-up being done by the rest of the teammates. This is what we want to see. The alpha being the alpha male in this battle. They are the ones bringing the fight against Panda. The thing is, will Panda be coming back to play with them once more? Because they only have less than a minute to deal with, and I don't think they are up to lose a few more of those players. And the more they lose the chances to grab more eliminations.
Here we go. We get to see once more another clash here getting set it up. Gonna be a bit of a jitter here for this very squad now, but looking like it's not really gonna matter here at most. Time is gonna get dwindled down. Only 24 seconds left for you to make the difference, baby. Let's go. Give it to us. Give us the fight we want to see.
And we're a little bit blinded right now, but still managed to move on. Only 13 seconds remaining. Backstab with a shot. No, that is a shotgun. That is a sniper. And we are just counting down to 3 seconds. It's about time and over. There you have it. The battle is over for that match. And I'm quite surprised. There's so much more in that PvP that we've seen that we haven't seen from the previous matches. But similar to what we had in match number 3 was just a huge deal on those PvPs. Like, not so much time spent on those aberrations.
I'm loving what I've been seeing here coming from the last 2 games compared to what I saw on the first 2 games. Everything just went by so fast. This time around, everyone is just playing down to the T, playing it all just pure spiritually gunfights. I mean, oh my days, everyone was a warrior here. But fortunately, it's not just only the players fighting in the broadcast. It's you guys as well here, dropping the milestone of 3,000 viewers, guys. Code here, Raven Champ. It's going to be GK8N, guys, and you guys will be able to claim your 10,000 silver, 50 silicon CP, ionized coating of 25, fiberglass of 20, and 10 accessory BC.
And that is what happened when you give your all-out support on this broadcast. And we are looking for more. We have reached not only that 3,000 mark, but I guess we had exceeded that earlier already from that final match. But we need more. We want that 15,000 to happen this day. Otherwise, they will be losing out on a lot. I mean, imagine the difference of that. Milestone. We just hit that 10,000 on the silver compared to the 25,000 if you reach that 15,000 concurrent viewers. Not only that, the same goes with the silicon carbide particles and other armor plates and ionized coating, advanced materials. That is a lot that you're missing out. So drag your friends, literally drag your friends in here, bring them in, have them enjoy the games, because so far even Enzo and I are enjoying the battle.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far, I've been pretty overall. I'm coming in from this is my first initial day here for this Raven Championship, aka Garena Undawn, and I've been pretty overwhelmed with the gunfights. I never really expected that it would be as much as I wanted it to be, but it lived up to the expectations. It even break through it. I am just so mesmerized, and keep in mind, Unfortunately, we've tackled 4 games so far. We're only going to be getting 6 for
Yep.
today, and 2 more will be coming right around here later on.
Yeah, later on, there's a few more that we're going to see. I mean, I love how it is turning up from the start. I mean, I guess from tournaments just like this, we're in, it's a different site, a different field, different mode. It will start out slow. And it did start out slow with those, with the preliminaries, even capturing all those points, even going in for the final stage with those aberrations. It was slow, but halfway through, it is going chaotic, I would say. Starting off, like from match number 3, they dealt with aberrations a little bit early and then went in for the PvPs for a long time. This time, they extended the life of the aberrations, waited for them to really run out of gas, really run out of life before finishing them off, and then continue on the PvP. Now, the question is, are we going back to how it was in match number 1? Because it seems like they want to extend the life of the aberrations right here. But before we go and proceed, there is extension coming from XEMP right now in terms of the score. They are number 1 at this point with 375, leaving Astral F4 behind.
And that's going to be Astral F4 not even reaching the 300-point mark. Nonetheless, they claim 5 more points, obviously. And for Astral F4, unfortunately, and quite fortunately, they might be able to just go head-to-head up against XEMP on towards match number 6. Because so far, if I'm looking at their respective run here, that is going to be their last and final match here. But first out of XEMP, same goes for them. Right after this, we are going to be getting Sanctuary, Alpha, Vicious, and GRD. And so far, with every names that I mentioned, they really have to find a way to really put up their names up on the board because they're not really in the very convincing mark.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need to convince everyone that they can be the ones on the top. Astral F4 has already, or they still have one more on match number 6 later on against Bracket D. But again, at least they have a little bit or so much of rest and seeing all the game style of the other teams that they can put up with how rough it was, how scrappy it was on, I would say, the initial matchup, because it was just a warm up for everyone. So again, there we have it. We are now over for this game. Let's see if we're going to see a few more of the matches overall. Again, I can't stress it enough how I love viewers out there. I've been chatting a little bit in the comment section as well, and just engaging with some of the viewers. And thank you very much for all your support. Hopefully you can add a lot more to who's watching our live stream, because we are about to offer you a few more in this battle, Enzo.
Oh yeah, I mean, a lot more to come, a lot more to be offered here. Coming in, I'm really expecting the last 2 games here to be played down to the T. Played. I'm honestly just losing my voice here because the dehydration I've gotten from the game has been pretty hot here. Excuse me, by the way, guys. But yeah, I mean, if better make sure you guys drink up. By the way, it's pretty hot here in the Philippines, so better make sure you hydrate yourself. Don't be like me, who has been passing on water quite a lot.
All right. Well, in that case, since you are having a little bit of problem, let's get over to a break. When we return, the next matches will continue. This is Raven Championship, and we'll be right back.
taken down for one. A clear Trinity. Oh, clear view. Sharps almost being taken down to hit Morbid as well as Kaigawa. It is not working so far, and they head into the huge prize as they will not pull it out.
There's nobody near. The wind's all that I can hear. I feel like I am invisible and nobody cares. But if you say that it's a dream and I can't do anything, and I will never ever reach it, then I'll make you believe. There's no way you can trap me somewhere I shouldn't be. Oh, I'll find my way to leave. When the world's falling apart, I'll be the shooting star brightens up your heart. No, we're hurting, but the light and hope, they still are out there for us, though they might seem to be far. I'll always be near when you need to dry your tears. Oh, I'm here. Everyone's leaving. When I look back, there's nothing. Oh, I wish I could be reckless, but I'm so small and I won't be seen. Oh, if you say that it's a dream and I can't do anything, and I will never even reach, then I'll make you believe. There's no way you can trap me somewhere I shouldn't be. Oh, I'll find my way to leave. When the world's falling apart, I'll be a shooting star brightens up your heart. I know we're hurting, but the light and hope, they still are out there for us, though they might seem to be far. I'll always be near when you need to dry your tears. Oh, I'm here. I'm still right here. The sky is clear. There's no way you can trap me somewhere I shouldn't be. Oh, I'll find my way to leave. When the world's falling apart, I'll be a shooting star brightens up your soul and heart. No, we're hurting, but the light and hope, they still are out there for us, so they might seem to be far.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is still Garena Undawn Raven Championship Foggy Battles. The battle continues right now for the 5 matches, and so far we've seen so much of gameplay for the first 4. 4 matches have been over, and only a few remains to grab all those points, and the lead has been taken with a whopping huge point by the team of XEMP. Will they be taken down? Will anyone else take down the Emperors from that number 1 spot? We are your casters for today. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is the one and only Enzo.
You know, honestly, it's great to be here once more here onto the stage of Raven Championship, Garena Undawn, and overall, you know, I'm starting to question now who can really overpower X Emperors, because looking at the rundown for the games now, we only have 2 more batches to go before we wrap things up, and the way that the lead is on for a set of X Emperors, it's looking like it's going to be very tough for us, for anyone at all, to overpower what they've been able to accumulate coming from the last 2 games that they've had.
Yeah, exactly. And especially as they still have match number 6 on them. If anyone from the four remaining teams or four teams from bracket B and bracket C will be able to overtake them on the number of points, it's easy for them to come back up. So, but we still have Astral F4, who's currently in second place, that will be playing it out later on match number 6. So, for now, let's focus on Sanctuary and Alpha. Same goes for Vicious and GRD. GRD will be coming back from match number 3 to this match number 5. And, well, there's a lot more of effort that is needed from the team. 270 in total, and they played 2 matches already.
Yeah, I mean, overall for set of GRD, I think they really have to make a way to just gain a lot and play this one to perfection. Now, learn how to divide your allocation in regards to the number count. Play off those PVEs on the first hand, PvPs afterwards, and till then that might just be the way to go. And so far, the only team that has been able to really rock that show has been the one and only X Emperors. I mean, you really got to talk about how well they are able to set things up here on the early stage of the game, how they're able to set the tone up. Until then, when it comes to PvPs, unfortunately and quite fortunately, we're seeing a new type of titlement here. It's going to be X Emperors really taking the throne and crown away from Panda as of the moment.
And now that I'm looking at it this third time around, XEMP, currently they have 375 in the points. And if I remembered correctly, they're the ones who grabbed 175 from the first round that they had, the first match that they had. So technically, they broke another record, grabbing 200 total points into one map, into one series. So X Emperors right now, they really know how they're doing it, how to do it, always on the top, even from preliminaries up until the finals. That's the only way that you can grab so much point. And they have, I guess, perfected that already, since they've done so much, even beat their own record overall. And the only team that is, I would say, close behind them is, if I'm not mistaken, that's 155 that we saw from Astral F4, but I might be wrong. But there's a lot more of promise for some of the teams out here. It's not so much of a run. The only thing that you need to do is bring X Emperor down, not even joining that finals, and then you will have it set for your game.
For all Youngbloods out there is wondering how you're able to claim 175 points for your own very badge. First of all, you got to win the preliminary round. You got to win first at the very initial stage of the game. And moving over now, you get to see that you also have to either get max damage or get the most of players defeated, and add it up now to get the most secondary damage as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that adds up to 175 points, and if you have beat them on max damage and secondary damage, that's a lot already. And one reason why a lot of teams, a lot of players out there has been, I would say, leaving some of the aberrations behind, because they need the time. They don't need to really finish off, as long as they're putting up so much of damage and leaving only a few for the other teams, challenging them on a PvP, and once they step in onto that plate, and then put out a lot of damage. And I can't remember though which aberration did XEMP did on the last one, but whatever the formula is, especially with how they're doing it, that's the way to go. I mean, they even won a lot of those PvPs that happened in between or against Panda and Alpha, and they're mostly around the top. So we'll have to find out what will be put up in the mix. But we are getting a little bit of news right now, because I think we will be going to remake another match. So I'm not I'm really up for it. If there's a chance for a team really to show up once again, repeat a few of their mistakes, and then later on come back a little bit stronger, then why not?
Honestly, that's going to be changing the whole narrative up. I mean, after all, that's exactly what we like to see. I mean, so far we get to see, as of the moment, in regards to the overall scoreboard, we know who's bound to actually win things out. So hey, I'm all in it for a show. I want to see if ever we are going to be able to get this one pushed through. If ever not, then it's all okay. But for if ever it does, then I'm on your page as well. You know, we might just be able to see things. We might just be able to see players, team, squads here to change things up and to offer a different show.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I love how it's turning up. If there will be a rematch, that other teams will be able to get back up their points, beat I would say the tactics of X Emperor, and then they might be able to do so, move themselves up on the leaderboard with so much promise. So we'll have to find out. We'll have to see. Was it the match number 4 that we need to remake? Because yeah, I guess that is logical enough. Alpha, XEMP, Sanctuary, and Panda might be brought back into the mix right now, and we'll have to see. We'll have to find out if XEMP and will be bringing the same fire that they have on them, going against Sanctuary and Alpha, who only played their second round on that same match.
Well, we'll see. I mean, so far, you know, with this whole narrative change up here, Neptune, I don't exactly know what to expect now. I don't exactly know what to feel. I mean, I really had it, embedded into my head already. What's about to happen, all the way down to match number 5 and match number 6. But with this whole change happening, it's really going to be offering something far-fetched than I initially expected at first hand. But hey, you know, once more, as casters, we're all in it for surprises. We're all in it for a different type of narrative. We don't exactly like things when... We don't exactly like it when, we make a prediction, it comes right, it's a bit boring. We love to get proven wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. Predictions at some point are just assumption, but it's still up to the teams really to change the narrative. So let's see if there will be any changes right now. No, we're going through on to this next match. It is match number 5 right now between bracket B and bracket C. So there you have it, guys. No rematch will be happening. I guess it's just a little bit of this discussion that went in on the background, but it might have been clarified already. So let's continue on. We have Sanctuary and Alpha back in the mix right now. Aldizi, Sakero, Banri, Forbes, and Yix. Together with Alpha, with Moon, KRM, Kingsi, Rocinante, and Baby Babe will be back to challenge Vicious and GRD, or the same, the other way around. It is Vicious GRD who will be back to challenge the ones who played from match number 4.
Yeah, I mean, overall, let's see if ever they are going to be able to make use of their last and final few runs here to make an impact for this very run itself. How much the narrative could have changed if ever we did push through with a rematch, but fortunately, I think I'm going to be sticking to what I initially planned on what's going to be happening here into this show. And I'm not saying that I'm planning this like it's scripted or anything. I just know for a fact it's going to go to that way. But here we go. Sanctuary and Alpha, Vicious and GRD. It's going to be match number 5 here. Neptune, take it away.
Yeah, let's go. As we started off, initially, you go in against zombies and monsters to grab those points. If you meet some teams, other teams out here, then there's a good chance for you to grab a few more of those challenge. Now, we have Sanctuary and Alpha, as well as Vicious GRD. They are coming from different groups right now, but in a bit, we're going to see as to which are the players of those teams, and we want to find out as well. We want to find out if there will be anything that will be changed in their game style, because so far from what we saw earlier, there's a lot of promise, especially from GRD, and in the game that they played from that match number 2, or match number 3 rather. But in this game, since they have one match of rest, will there be any improvement, or probably they lost their momentum?
I hope there's going to be a case here, but one for sure, there's going to be altercations here between these various squads now, and we are seeing Devourer here actually getting tangled up as well, and that's going to be good all points here from the side of the Undawn squad alongside with the Black Down squad here. 360 for them, 280 for set of Undawn squad right from the get-go.
Well, let's see if they can continue this on. Reaper right now trying to rush them in and trying to get away as well. This is what we are not expecting from Aberrations right now. Running away from a battle. Usually they're just going in, rushing against you, but I guess it is a comeback that will be happening. But it's a good thing they managed to get away from that punch. Now, let's see on the other side. This team of Enryu, this is GRD right now. They are currently in number 4, and the huge lead has been taken already by the others, but they can catch up with Twilight Squad.
Yeah, I mean, Twilight Squad here is going to be on 480 as of the moment. We do see Black on Squad on 720, Dawn Squad on 840, and everything is just climbing to the top as of the moment. And now we are seeing that, a bit of a challenge finish right there.
Yeah, let's see. All right, not quite sure what is happening. We are going to have a little bit of a pause right now, and it is already, or they're just waiting. Let's see if they can continue this on. There's not so much of movement right now. It will be ending in a minute. Probably some of the players wasn't able to make it, or probably they weren't able to jump into this match. So this is what we are going to look at. Let's see. I'm seeing the chat right now. Coming from the players. Hopefully that would be clarified later on. We're just going to restart the match so that it will be fair for everyone. I guess there's a little bit of disconnection that happened from the players, from what I read from that chat.
Yeah.
So again, it's only fair that we restart this match so that nothing unfortunate will be happening for the other teams.
Yeah, we will really want the best out of the best for this very competition. We don't want to have anything involved with disadvantages or anything. So we're doing the production and the whole Marshals and League Ops is doing the best that they can to really provide a better show here, not just for the audience here, but obviously for the players themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is by far the first instance that we are seeing this kind of issue. It probably might happen that some of the players were disconnected from the game, thus they had put it into a pause and need to do a remake. But I don't think it will take that long anymore. Everyone is already set up. Everything is already set up, and most of how we wanted to start. They just need to recuperate, go back for those who are disconnected, and then start the match, and we can continue on. We are probably because this is one thing. Probably because Enzo, we were talking about a remake earlier. It didn't happen, and this is a chance that it did happen. So that was embedded somewhat in our mind, and we were just caught off guard with our subconscious.
I mean, I was really prepared for a remake. That's why I always had I kind of wanted that remake. Kind of wanted it because the whole narratives would change, and that's exactly what happened here. So manifestation truly comes to life sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one thing that we cannot avoid. It's bound to happen, especially with how things are working in our universe. Everything is all tied up. But let's see. This is now just a waiting game as we are about to remake the next match. And hopefully you are still here with us. We are increasing in numbers once again. So the break is bringing us down, but the moment that we are starting the game, the viewers is coming back up. So let's make sure that you use this time to get back and share the stream. If it has been past 30 minutes from when you last share it, it's about time that you can reshare the same stream. And don't worry, that is what I have experienced in especially in Facebook and other platforms. So you can go and reshare that onto your profile and your pages, on your groups, and we might get more viewers probably reaching as Enzo asked for the 15,000 concurrent viewers for today.
It's gonna be a big boost here for me, guys. If you guys help me reach the 15K viewers, so I can claim that Freshers redeem code, and I got a Kickstarter here. But so far, I've been pretty silent here. I've been doing exactly that, just claiming it from the back ends, please. Production and overall, League Ops. Don't mind me for this one, but hey, We are going to be restarting match number 5 here, guys. Clarification once more. Not match number 4, match number 5.
Yeah, match number 5 is going to be remade. Again, this is between Sanctuary Alpha, Vicious, and GRD, whereas the first two will be coming from bracket B and the last two from bracket C. And this is, well, not quite sure if we explained this earlier, but again, all of these, despite of them coming from different brackets as well, or overall from the qualifiers, they have been randomly selected to be placed in this 4 bracket. So we're going to find out in a bit as to how it's going to turn up right now, because pretty much it's getting a little bit more exciting. That appeal of a cliffhanger, especially wherein we had a story build up already for the teams, and it was cut short though, but it's unintentional. I'm pretty sure it's just they have been disconnected, and they will need to get back up. And right here, I'm pretty sure everything will be checked, and we'll be back in play.
Yeah, hopefully we're not going to be able to see. We're not going to be facing any disconnections while we are in transition to the game, because I'm really waiting for the gunfights to ensue, because we're left into a cliffhanger. We did see a sole definition of Axe Emperor here to possibly pull away for the whole of this event so far, and I'm just waiting if ever they are going to be able to perform well on towards match number 6, because if not, then it might just be the world turned upside down.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to go topsy-turvy at this point, and especially for those already in the top. But I would say otherwise, for those in the bottom right now, there's a good chance that they will be able to jump into this battle and bring out so much more in this fight. So let's see if they can bring this fire that we are asking them to do so. And well, we want to see them play it out.
Oh yeah, I mean, we definitely do. We want to see the maximal effort here for these various squads, and overall, I want to see everyone just play at their very best here. Take a squad like GRD, where most of the times they're really on the deficit, but it doesn't really matter for them. They never slow down. They really put themselves into a lot of scenes where they get to clean up and put the pressure here up against the rest of the opposition. And that's exactly why, in some way, despite the fact that they're not really the best team out there in the competition, they still make it constantly towards the finals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the only thing that they want to achieve right now, especially for those who want to find their way just to step into the final stage. Like, if you cannot be on top most of the time, at least reach the next level, and then that's where you prove yourself. So big shout out though to some viewers out there, especially B-Boy lang pala, who is on the comment section on Facebook, and also all the viewers out there coming from different camps of Undawn. Thank you very much, and we love the support. And what we're asking for is more support on sharing the stream, because we want to get more on those milestone. And I guess in a bit we're going to start out this game. Are you ready for match number 5 to happen once again?
Well, let's get it on. Match number 5 here. Going to be a rematch here. Hopefully, there's not going to be a rematch this time around. We just want to head straight into the battle here. Show us how well you can run things down on PvE or PvP, or make it PvP and PvE all the way through. May it matter? I don't think so. The teams are hungry, so as we are as well. Here we go. Match number 5. Let's go.
Let's go, and let's see once again. X Sanctuary and Alpha together with Vicious and GRD. Battle will be happening right now, and they are setting it up. Now, there's a little bit of a challenge happening already in one part of the map, but again, I mean, you did mention it, Enzo. Did mention it before we go in, but right now we are about to go for a remake once again. So guys, we are just waiting for everything to be fixed, especially for those who are trying their best on the production side. So well, still a little bit of weight. A little bit of weight doesn't hurt us, Enzo.
Well, good things may come to those who wait, but never to those who wait too late. So, I'm kidding, but no, patience is always something good to hold on to. So, well, we'll see
All right,
about it.
so yeah, with that said, since there's a second attempt or a rematch, we're going to go for a quick break to fix everything in the background. When we return, match number 5 will continue. So don't go away. Keep sharing the stream.
I'll always be near when you need to dry your tears. Oh, I'm here.
I can't believe what's happening here. When the apocalypse comes, death approaches like a rising tide. This nightmare continues to torture me. And no escape. Shattered world, leaving behind many remnants of the past. Yet there are a few survivors, fleeing, constantly struggling on the path of survival. From desolate fields at dusk to cities turned into ruins. Enduring winds, sand, and dust, the road ahead is still long. But we hold on to our beliefs. Only through unity and solidarity can we find our place of refuge. New companions, new shelters, a new dawn. But when the nightmare of apocalypse strikes again, how should I face it head on?
already taken down to one. A clear Trinity. Oh, clear view. Sharps almost being taken down to hit Morbid as well as Kaigawa. It is not.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and this is still Rainbow Championship Foggy battles. So far, we are still match number 5, and battle will continue. I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Enzo, and we are the casters who will be bringing you the hottest action for the remaining 2 matches. And so far, there's a little bit of technical issues that has been happening in the background right now, but no threat. It will continue in a bit. We just need to get a little bit of feedback so that everything will be up to par for all the players. We don't want any of the players falling out and not making their way to grab all those points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so far the technical difficulties are bound to happen, all for the better. For the players itself.
Yeah.
And we'll just see if ever we are gonna be able to push through soon enough, and most likely we will. So guys, buckle up your seatbelts. Make sure you get some drinks and some snacks as well, because we are gonna be in it for today.
And well, we're just waiting for some to ready up themselves. And want a big shout out to JR as well as Owen right there in the comment section, and others as well. So if you want a shout out, just put it out in the comment section. Watching Facebook right now, and I guess Enzo is also going in. We have Bea right here as well from YouTube, as well as Beige Mac. So there's a lot of fans out there giving out their love, giving out their support to the players, and also for the full broadcast. And this is what we want to see. This is what we want to feel from the fans out there, from the soldiers, from the survivors out there watching out on what's going to unfold in this Foggy battle.
And what's about to unfold here is going to be a lot of, so far, a lot of things that might not go to initially what the way that they want it to be. As so far, let's say take a look at the team like Emperors. They're really much solidified to win things all throughout, especially if they are going to be able to convert big time, or just mediocrely on towards the last and final match. Moving over, Astral F4 is playing catch up as well. Same goes for Shadow Sanctuary. So I don't exactly know which one to vouch for here, but only for sure Emperor, they're really in it for a show.
Yeah, they are in it for a show. I mean, they've already went in for 2 matches and grabbed so much of a point, even beating those against them for those couple of matches that they went in. So if I'm not mistaken, they really put all that they have in those first 2, and they still have another match that will be waiting for them in the last series. But we want to see more from the other teams, especially from those Team Panda, who is mix with ex-Emperors, who were the champions of the past Raven Clash that we've seen, the first ever esports tournament for Undawn. So we want to see them move up, but if not, at least the other teams who have been pushed down will be able to gather so much point. The only question is how much can they put in, especially as they are being left behind with so much of a lead.
Honestly, it's still going to be a bit possible at least to play catch up now, but it's going to take no mistakes whatsoever. I mean, you can put up once or twice and all, but the decision making has to be somewhat spot on here for these various squads if they really want to play catch up against the rest of the competition. But regardless of the projection that you would want to do, it can't really be accumulated if you don't really have the proper execution as well. Talk about the way that you are able to probably utilize those, those utilities, those trobos, those drones, and the rest goes on now. And obviously, most importantly, the device as well. It really enhances the way that you can win off those clashes, all the way down from the map itself.
Yeah, exactly. And there's one thing that I would say as well. Team composition is an overall a must for them. I mean, they really need someone who will prioritize on healing rather than taking out the enemies as well as the entities who are in here. So at least one healer with a biotic gun, biotic rifle, as well as those healer drones that will help them out, especially on tight situation wherein they are being challenged by other teams. So those are a few minor things that will need to put in a little bit of focus just treat this as a PvP with an additional factor wherein you need to take all those points coming from some entities, as well as in a final match wherein you need to deal with aberrations, which is Arbitrator, G11, as well as the Ground Smasher and the Giant Corruptor. But we've seen some different, or a lot of different game style from there, from this. Some teams go in around 75%, reducing those HPs from aberrations and then leaving them behind as much as possible, catch up to the points that the other teams are doing to switch to a different aberration.
That is true. That is true. Honestly, and we did see a lot of teams pull away. Honestly, I don't exactly know what's going to be the call for that one. There are certain aspects where I kind of understand. I understand why they want to save it for like the later run and all, but at the same time, it never really went to that way. In each and every round that every squad did that, we got to see the rounds get prolonged big time. So, I think it's just the squads here playing things just a bit slower, which I don't know if I like or not. But at the same time, it's something that really brought a lot of action.
Yeah, I mean, action is something that we really are looking for in this match. I know it's taking quite a while. We're doing a Neptune and Enzo podcast right now because we want to make sure that everything is set up for the players, similar to what we've done in the past games or the past matches. Wherein, if there are anything that would affect the game style, the gameplay of the players, then it will end up as a rematch. But again, everything is being cleared up on the back end, and once that's happened, it has been confirmed from all the players, all of the teams, then the battle will continue right now. Again, we are only left with 2 more matches, and this is where everything will be in the line, especially if and only if ex-emperors will be pushed down. They still have the last chance on match number 6.
All right, we'll see how this one's gonna go. I mean, in regards to your predictions here now, I want to try you know hot seat for this one. Who are your top 3 teams into this competition?
Top 3 teams. I mean, X-Emperor is already part of that. Definitely. We are about to see a few more from, I would say, from Astral F4, but GRD has a good chance as well. So, if you're going to ask me, those are the top 3 teams in no particular order, unless other teams will say otherwise. But how much more can they do? From last time what we saw them, everyone has 2 matches already, and despite of YOLO being number 3 against GRD, we saw a lot more of fire coming from them when they were against the other teams surrounding them. They like winning all those PvPs after aberrations has been taken out. That really is something else.
Truly something else. And you can talk about like how well the teams are really able to time things right as well. There are certain moments where an aberration is just really right around the corner. They don't really go for the commitment. They like to pull away just for the moment, ensuring that there's not really any squads as well that would love to put themselves into the mix. And that's where the whole PvPvE action happens. If the timing is not right, you get third partied, and not only you lose points, but you give an ample amount to the opposing side, which will leave you pretty behind into the competition, especially on the preliminary rounds.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing really that they need to consider right now. And considering that we are we are not yet still starting the game. Again, I can't stress this enough. Let's share the stream right now. I guess it's just giving us more time. I'm not watching the game just yet because we haven't reached so much of the milestone. Well, apart from the technical issues that's happening in the background, it's just how it is. Probably it's just a time for us to share the stream, to invite everyone who loves Undawn and those who don't know of Undawn to be introduced on how well this game is, because we were talking in the background, and I guess it also slipped out earlier in the start of this broadcast, wherein one thing that's different about Undawn is not only do we have to challenge other teams, but we also challenge the environment, as we're looking at right now in this Foggy battle, and also the open world that is offered in this game. So a lot of ways to play the game right now. You might not be that competitive, but if you want to go to an open world, that is one thing that you can do, and you can still enjoy Undawn.
Honestly, looking at the way that I've been seeing Undawn now, it really offers a lot of things enough to the point where it can cater every type of gamer out there. Be it if you want to play slow, then you play open world. You know, you get to explore the world, you get to hunt, you get to do some raids as well if you do want them. And if you want to play more cohesively and competitively, hop into the Raven Championship. You know, make a team, form a squad here, try to qualify, and till then you'll be able to feel the intensity that this competitive players right now is facing here on the stage of this competition. So I mean, what are you guys waiting for? Honestly, I mean, I initially got this whole invitation to be able to broadcast this event. Took a look at the game, and I was just like, oh wow, like there's just so much diversity into the mixture.
Exactly. I mean, there's so much diversity. There's so much of difference compared to other games. Thus, we want like a lot of invitations as well. Not only to play the game. I played the game from when it was launched as a beta. And from there, I mean, I understand most part of the game, but I'm not focusing in overall. Like at some point, there's as a caster, I want to focus more on what's happening on the PvP side. But this is a different story. This time around, Foggy Battle is a different story because there's not just a PvP involved. This gives me a chance of preview as well on the environment, what the environment is showing right now. But again, it's just a mix of this and that can bring Undawn to a different level. Again, apologies for the wait. Everything's being clarified in the background, and we might be seeing not match number 5 but match number 6 up next. So if that will be confirmed, we're going to skip one step and head over to bracket A versus bracket D.
And the world answered. We've been waiting for game number 5. Game number 5 could have been finished by now, and then the world said, "Hey, okay, we pass it through. We move over to game number 6." Hey, I mean that is something unexpected, but hey, we can't do anything about it. It's inevitable.
Yeah, it's inevitable right now, and this is bound to happen because, like, if it happened, it didn't happen, or it happened in different style, different manner, then it might be going in a not a good way. But so far, we would like to thank everyone who have been patient with us, sticking it to that 2K on the viewership despite of everything that is happening. We love you. We love everyone right here. Thank you very much for all the support and also the support that you're giving out for the team. So for those of you in the comment section right now on Facebook and YouTube, can you give us a hint as to which team you are cheering on so that we can give like a little bit of like gauge who has more fans out of this competition?
I mean, for the Filipino people out there, I would love to say palanga or mahal namin kayo.
Yes.
So far, we love you guys so much, and we all know for a fact that the vast majority here so far is coming from the Filipino side, all because of the fact that the composition is mainly composed of Filipinos. But moving over now, guys, in regards to match number 5, it's not gonna get skipped, but unfortunately, it's not gonna be streamed, so it's gonna be done off live. So later on, we will be able to find out probably the results of that very match itself, because we don't want you all to be left on a cliffhanger.
Yeah, cliffhanger indeed. And well, we are just waiting for the go signal, and there's a few confirmation, a few assumptions being thrown here and there. And well, we would, as much as we don't want to miss all of those battles, all of the engagement, but if it comes to a time wherein we have to let go of one match not being live streamed, then why not? The battle will continue. The scores will still be tallied. There's just like fans out there will not be able to see that match, that specific match. But if you love your team, if you love you, and you really give out all support, regardless if it's off stream or on live, then you are still in here with you guys. So match 6 will be happening in a bit. Match 5 though is still happening, but not broadcasted live. So don't think that it's already canceled. It will still continue though.
I mean, yeah, most likely it will be, and obviously it will be, because we obviously want to give you all a show, and 4 matches it's just not enough. It's just not enough for us to show you guys, and a lot of players here are still waiting to showcase their talents here for Undawn once more. The community and the player base has been pretty phenomenal to see, despite the fact that Undawn is such a very brand new, fresh game. here in the industry, just gaming industry overall. And really shocking that it's able to offer once more a lot of gamers here, cater a lot of like casual gamers, competitive gamers, name it whatever you want. There is a certain factor or section that you can just dabble yourself into Undawn.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors right now that we are looking for, we are waiting for, we are excited to see. And the next match as well, we are excited to see. You're just getting a few confirmation out here so that we can get this party started. Again, love all the comments right here being given out. Let me read a few. Well, probably just shout out a few of those who are commenting. We have Steven right here. We have Sai, as well as Mark and Neil on the comment section. Now, there's a lot more that has been brought out in here. Again, Ian or Ian there. Just be patient. We're about to start up in a bit, so don't fret. It will continue. It will continue well, and we are going to find out how it will end.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. Buckle up your seatbelt once more, guys. Get some drinks, prepare your snacks and all, because we are indeed going to be heading straight to the battlefield now. Let's go. Last and final match for today. Match number 6 is going to be composed of YOLO, Astral F4, XEMP, and Panda. But before anything else, 4,000 viewers has been accumulated in the broadcast. And this is your redeem code here, guys, for you guys to claim 10,000 silver, 100 silicone CP, 5 armor plate SC, 25 ionizing coating, 40 fiberglass, and 10 accessory BC.
And that is what I'm talking about. This is what we love to see. This is the 4,000 being reached right here. Again, by the end, like, as much as we want, from how it's looking like, we want to reach that 15,000, but 4,000, 5,000, as long as it's moving up, then we are all good with that. Thank you very much for all your support, and hopefully you enjoy that in game. And the only thing is, if you notice, for every level of that milestone, it's not just because we reached this already, it's going to skip. No, we're going to go through all of those so that we can give you most of the rewards. From the first milestone up until the 4th, we've already given out so much. And, well, we're expecting a lot more to be given out, especially if the support also will spread around.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that's going to happen right there. Most likely it will. And fortunately, I did get EMP'd here from my very screen here in Neptune, so I'm not really sure what's happening right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing you loud and clear. Probably a little bit of refresh right now from your end, but I will be glad to take over. But again, you're clear enough on my end. You are moving. Nothing is wrong on
I'm
your
good.
side, and we're all good. All goods in the hoods right now.
Yep.
And well, let's see if there's anything else that that we can share out here. We're just finding a few things to talk about. I mean, we are being asked like if there's a topic that we want to talk about related to Undawn. Is there anything that you can think of?
Yeah. I mean, I know for a fact you did play it just a little bit now. I want to ask you actually in regards to like, what's your favorite guns to play with?
For the guns, I mean, we cannot take out our love of that AK-47 that has been out there, but like from how I'm seeing it, no, it's partnered up with a secondary, and usually it's either I pull up snipers. Though I'm not good on a sniper. I'm trying my best to be a sniper main, but SVD would be next on the line right here. If not, I'm going to stick it with a PP-19 Bison, because why not? So much of the players have been using that in this competition.
Truly, I mean, for me, honestly, if I ever did compete, I'd love to play around with the AK-47, possibly with the M82 heavy sniper rifle as well. And if ever I do want to go heavy all throughout and have the protective gear, coming from what I saw from the players earlier, that SH-95 gun shield is such a very viable weapon.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is a viable weapon. We've seen that, especially the gun shield really is something else. There's so much potential right here, especially if you're a frontliner, but you still need a little bit of support. Biotic rifle is something that will back you up. Even with a shield gun, you might still be hit from parts that is not covered by the shield, and you will still need the support. A drone, healing drone, and biotic rifle, something that can be done at some point. So, well, let's see. We are trying our best, really. And again, the topic here is to survive, because we are talking about Undawn, and we're trying to our best to survive the struggles that is happening. The same goes for those who are out there on the comment section. But speaking of Paulo B, big shout out to you. Thank you very much for dropping by in the chat right now. It's not often that we have we have a few of chances of talking to the viewers out there. We have Carl as well. Fortunately, I couldn't read the whole Carl Leand. Is that right? We also have Neil as well as Paulo B right here. And thank you very much for those of you who are dropping by in this stream. Dean Abanez out here asking for a shout out for Spetsnaz Camp of Lost City server.
Oh, well, there's going to be a lot of people out there, coming from Facebook and YouTube, And once more, just keep inviting, even though for a fact that actually, I do see one question here, and I want to throw this one to you in a bit, but overall, despite the fact that there's not really much happening at all, really proud for you guys to actually still be able to invite the people here so we can reach the milestones.
I mean, milestones is something not just for us, but also for the viewers out there who really love this game. They love this broadcast. So thank you very much. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see out more what's going to happen right now. Again, we are trying to stretch this as much as possible so that we can give you the best show for Garena Undawn. But well, again, hopefully you are enjoying just the two of us up in front of you right now.
If we try, just the two
of us. See,
you and I.
We can enjoy being here in front of you. Some point, like we can. If there's anything that you want to ask right here, hopefully you can answer that. And thank you very much, Nemwell, for sharing the 4K milestone on the comment section. Not a lot can do that. Not a lot of sharing that on the comment section. And hopefully we can increase it to 5K. Yes,
honestly, Neptune, when you initially saw the rise of Undawn, how did you feel about it? Actually, I want to ask you this question.
Oh, the thing is, when Undawn came up, it was surprising from what I'm seeing from trailers, from the post before it was launched. And then, to be honest, everyone here from fans of Undawn pretty much knows Mustachio AJ, and he's the one who invited me to play the game from, I think that was the beta server, the beta server before the official launch. And the thing is, I was not in the Philippines at that time. I was out of the country coaching a different team. So I tried my best to work on it. And I would say, thanks to Undawn, I was able to experience playing in a mobile once again. Like playing in a mobile phone. Because I got used to playing on a tablet for a long time. And it's been a while. And I guess my mobile phone will take AJ as well, because you don't want to be disregarded, especially if you have a gaming phone. You can, and you're not being used in playing games. So I guess my phone thanks AJ as well.
Honestly, true. That's really, really true right there. And honestly, the way that I saw Undawn, honestly, was during the run for convention on the convention center in SMX, and I just saw the hub. I just saw the whole booth, and all of a sudden, I was walking across, and the zombie just went for a jump scare, and then I just crammed it as well. And then overall, I saw that. Overall, I saw how well and how made the booth was, and I was so really intrigued on how the game is going to be playing out. And there was a bit of tutorials here and then when I heard there's going to be PvP, PvP, EV, I was like, What? Huh? Wait, hold on. Calm down. And then there's open world, there's competitive, and there's this and that and that and that and that. I'm
Yeah.
like, in one game, and then here I am.
Yeah, and I mean that's it. I mean that's really what's surprising right now because of so much more that has been happening in the game itself. Before we proceed right now, let me not get away and giving a shout out to Kawatan Redwood server coming from JR as well as Ver. Well, this is ask from you as well as Menace. Camp Menace though coming from Jerick. So as well as Monty and Show My Right. Saying show my rice made me hungry. So I'm going to put this on you, Kai.
Well, I can't say I've been hungry. I've been eating a lot of bananas lately, alongside with some cereals, just by waiting here for the initial games to start here. But coming in, I think this is the longest time we've been on the Caster deck here, Neptune. And okay, it's gonna turn into the Enzo and Neptune podcast here, brought to you by Raven Championship, supported by Garena Undawn. And so far, I'm initially looking at the way that the game has been developing here so far, and just by looking at the esports side of the spectrum, it's still very, very young, but I'm already loving the energy so far, and the development has been pretty spontaneous actually, coming from the first time that I saw the game itself. So, hey, I'm liking what I'm seeing here in Neptune.
Loving what I'm seeing here as well. I mean, the first time I was invited from Raven Clash, it's a different experience overall because mostly for like PvPs that we see, it's less. It's minimal that we see competitions that is that has this kind of a style. Though it might be like it is a default that is in TPP, and as well as the different kinds of battle. So imagine from Raven Clash we have team mode, we have annihilation, as well as domination. So some of that we've seen from other games, but not the same way as we have seen in Undawn. Even the game mode and composition is so important that you can go in with a few rushers and then a couple of healers in the same team, but you'll need to be careful because considering the other players or the other teams as well, there's built with two of the frontliners, one in the mid lane and then one on the back end, usually the healer. So that's the common composition of the team. From that Raven Clash, that's where I saw most of the epic snipes that I can see in Undawn, and won't be surprised if those players, well, apart from Panda, who we are seeing right now, but those players from Raven Clash join this Foggy battle, and I won't be surprised if they will be bearing the snipers once again.
Okay, just by looking at the whole rundown here from the previous games itself, there has been a bit of a definition as well, and who's really slowed down just a bit. And for the longest time, I was longing to see Panda to change things up, but unfortunately, it hasn't been really that case, no. But I think they might just be able to scratch themselves all the way down to possibly the number 4 spot into the competition. It's going to be tough to say that, considering they were the champions for the last season of the Raven Clash Championship. So, hey, that's going to be that for the time being. But now, I think we are interested into the game itself. Here we go.
Oh,
last and final composition. It's going to be YOLO, Astral F4, XEMP, and Panda.
And the battle continues. We survived. And let's see who will be surviving. This team, Bracket A, Bracket D, will be in here in the mix. And we are going to find out which of this team will be the ones up top. Again, we still have ex-Emperors who are on top after the initial few battles, but they are back in play in this match number 6.
Here we go. YOLO, Astral F4, ex-Emperors, and Pandas himself. Hopping in, it's going to be the initial farming here, just generic zombies here, Neptune.
Yeah, well, we are going to find out if there's anything else that can be pulled out right now. And again, the initial part of this game is take out a lot of zombies and entities and grab all those points. Actually, that is one of the main objectives that we have As you can see in the middle of your map, every time they go and grab the black box, that's where they get 10 points. But additional threat, additional challenge is being brought in if in case you meet other players, other teams in this matchup. That is where the battle will be much harder because you won't be able to go and take the objectives, thus slowing down your approach.
Yeah, essentially, you really want to go for the aberrations because that's really just the way to go here so far. And, if you want to go for additional points, you'd want to go for PvPs. And initially, if you do win those fights as well, most likely you will be able to drain the points here for this for the very spectrum. Now, moving over, we do see the squad here of X-Emperors here just running things down, and they do claim 500 black boxes.
Yep, and let's see if they will be caught up right here. And again, Black Dawn squad right now, aka XAMP on the top, and there's a little bit of slowdown from what we're seeing, but it will continue on. On number 4, we have Nox Eterna, aka YOLO, who from when we saw them in the first match, like it didn't give up so much of they didn't give up so much of fight, but the thing is they managed to survive, end up on top 3 by the preliminary, and was able to jump in onto the final stage. So I guess they know how to control their pace. They might not be moving up that fast, but they know how to get back on top 3 before the timer runs out.
Yeah, definitely. And we are seeing that it's gonna be the Black Dawn squad here once more, just pushing in, coming from the central side of the map, if I'm not mistaken. Moving over now here to Nox Eterna. That's gonna be a YOLO for you here, just coming in from the left side, bottom side of the map here, and we do see a bit of altercation coming in. That's gonna be the cars here bumping all together, and this guy's gonna go on a road rampage.
Road rampage indeed. Caught off a little bit of a corner. Let's see if they can block out approach of the enemy. They are just going for the markers right here and probably preparing their way on to their next target. But right now we are looking at Black Dawn, aka X-Emperor, once again on the lead, but tied up against the team of Panda. But with this, they need to find a few more of those block boxes to get so much of the points, and they need to rush because, as you can see, it's just going back and forth for the number 1 spot.
And it's truly going to be going back and forth, and that's exactly what you want to see. After all, this is the last and final match, and you'd want to see every player, every team so far playing this one down to the T, soaking every little bit of point till it's dry. And we only get to see Twilight Squad here, going to be on the trail so far. Astral S4 will be slowed down here for the time being. They're not really accumulating anything, all because of the fact that their pathing is just so far away from the abbreviations.
I mean, they will need to get close so that they will get so much of those coming from the spawns. But I mean, it's so difficult really to catch up on the points, especially if nothing is coming out from their side. Finally, Ripper has came out and they were able to take them down, and the others are in here. Even Corruptor will be coming out as well. So I guess from the way I'm looking at it, there's not so much of chances. There's not so much of chances for one specific area to grab all those points. Thus, some players, some teams are utilizing the vehicle to move from one place to the other and spot out the aberrations.
I mean, coming in, it's a very wide map, so vehicles are really mandatory if you want to be on track in regards to the pacing of your competition. So far, we do get to see Undawn squad here. It's gonna be Panda for you, actually getting slapped down to the ground. What a beam down here coming in from the side of Astral F4.
Yeah, let's see, Astral F4. If they can pull this off, then they will be bringing so much in this battlefield, taking out one of the teams that can be a preview of that final stage. But as mentioned earlier, there's one part of the plan wherein you go and use a vehicle, get away from harm, but it's stuck. And there you go. I guess the pro will not be able to help them at that moment. They need to get out of the car and will need to move into a different team.
Now we are seeing X-Emperors here just being able to own the initial, lead so far here after this competition. Keep in mind, we only have 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in the clock to play with, if I'm not mistaken, no. And that's going to be running things down here as time passes by. We are not really seeing any changes as of the moment. And this is just looking to be a very convincing run here for Shadow Extra Emperor. Not just for this game, but coming from the last two ones as well that they played.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one reason why they are on top in terms of numbers and points. But right now, I mean, I just love to listen in on what they're talking about. But we have to switch to Astral F4 right now. Again, a little bit down in terms of numbers, putting a little bit of damage as well. But regrouping is one part of the mission to make sure that you have everyone in play to take down all those entities. We do have around 5.5 minutes to work with at this point, and it's easy for them, or it might be easy for them to catch up, especially if they can find a good spot where a lot of entities will be respawning.
I mean, Panda right now is on the verge of possibly losing the lead, especially if ever given the chance that Astral F4 is going to be able to get a clash against them. And if ever it does happen, Astral F4 wins, that's going to be them overtaking it so far. A car crosses up front, they're going to go for the spray down, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough to get a kill at all. But that Acid Corroder will be right around the corner as well for them to at least gain a bit more, few more points.
Yeah, I mean, they really need a few more points, and Acid Corroder will be in here together with a few more, and there you go. The challenge has been brought on, and there goes the Ripper, just ripping his red. Oh my goodness, a place where you don't want to be. I felt that in so many places.
Felt it all over the place. Man was getting dropped down over and over again, slapped to the face. Was on a ragdoll. But the battle's not over, not just yet. Still another abbreviation here, just right around. And this time, they also have to deal with a squad hopping in. One of their players is knocked down, but they do get the pickup.
Panda will be in here joining us. There goes backstab. And this is what I'm talking about. Ex-Emperors right now is dealing with them, snipes in hand and also from afar. So there's 3 teams, if I'm mistaken, in the same area. But one thing I would say is that they still manage to go and play it out against those entities. And well, we'll have to see how much can be done right here, and I'm just checking it out as to which player it is. This is the teams. Yeah, Twilight right now is still fighting for the points to add up so that they can reach to where Undawn squad is.
Yep, definitely. Now flashes coming in. Now utilities are being thrown all over the place, and the tear gas here will be able to mitigate the view as of the moment. And we are seeing that things are going to be slowed down just a little bit now. But they are looking to get a better angle as well before they head on to the clash. And looking like they are going to be just drawing things back just a little bit. And I think they want to go for a position instead. Coming in, only 3 minutes to play with before we finish the preliminaries.
Yeah, 3 minutes, and there goes the smash by the teammates. I'm not sure what happened there, but I guess it is meant to be. There's not so much of space though in this street, in this road right now. But there you go. They are planning to regroup, so at least they regroup in a not an acceptable manner. But as we can see, there's a few tags right now that they will be reaching. So let's see if they'll be able to do so. Not doing so good on driver. Corvus might not have that license just yet, so let's see if they can do so. Undawn squad right now, for the side of Panda, managed to put themselves in that number 3 spot, but again, Astral S4, there's a lot of catching up to do.
Now we get to see that the drone will get invested as well here, coming in from the side of Astral F4, and they really need this one badly once more. Moving in. Plenty of opportunities here just right around, and they do have a lot of utilities as well, but looking like they want to call it quits once more. You don't want to go for the commitment as of the moment, and that's going to be the proper call for them, you know. We do only have 1 minute and 40 seconds left to change the tides around and for you to have a chance to make it to the finals, but at the same time, maybe they are just looking for the perfect time for them to penetrate. Until then, they could steal away to some points for them to make it past this very stage.
And pass for this better stage might be ending quite fast because we only have less than 1.5 minutes to play with. and there's no or little chance of catching up right now. But I just noticed that it is a team of YOLO who is on second place right now, very close to grab that number 1 spot. If in case the team of X-Emperor will be letting out or letting go of their targets. But as we go back, Astral F4, the challenge and the struggle is real. Still unable to cross, finally crossing that 1,000 mark, but they still have to deal with 600 more points that Panda is working out to increase.
Yeah, it's really working out pretty well, honestly. And this is exactly what I want from the side of Panda, no?
30 seconds, guys.
Looking to draw things down here just a little bit. At the same time, they're not really on that lead convincingly. It's still a possible catch up here for a set of Astral F4, but a lead is a lead, and there's only 25 seconds left on the clock. And ladies and gentlemen, this is looking to be the last and final run for the preliminaries here for today's show. 15 more seconds to go before we head on to the last run for the finals.
Yeah, let's see. And 10 seconds to go. If anyone can beat them on that number 1 spot, it might not be happening. And there you have it. We still have a few of the players, but I would say Astral F4 will be left behind, not unable to be given a chance to go in for that final stage. And the thing is, they are on second place, but they will be left out in the dust after that preliminary.
And the problem there for set of Astral F4, if you got to look at their, just by spectating them for just a little bit, there was a bit of time where they were just pretty stale, just roaming around the map, didn't really have a lot of vehicles to play with, and they were just waiting for opportunities to pass by, but it didn't really happen. And that's exactly what you need to do if you want to win a match off this, the Foggy battle, because you really have to get the vehicles first of all, have the guns to back you up, and go for wherever the opportunity is at. Until then, you can really play the same way as like X-Emperor or Panda.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good read, especially in that situation. The thing is, that's something that they need to work on for the next competition. Unless they're part of the top 4 teams who will be heading into the finals, and that is what we want to see, because they do have the numbers, though. They do have the numbers, but they might be left behind later on because the other teams are trying to catch up. But before we proceed on to the final stage, I know it will be coming up in a bit. Big shout out to Diego, coming from Duela on the YouTube chat, and as well as we have a few more right here coming in on Facebook. So we're going to jump in onto the final stage in a bit. This is where the 3 teams will be fighting it off against Aberration as well as their respective teams. So don't go away. The battle's about to continue. Who will win this PvP, or will the PvP be stretched like what we've seen before, Enzo?
I mean, I think that I want to see the PvP get stretched out here, all because of the fact that, this is the last and final run for the final, so it would be pretty damning as well if it goes by way too fast. And now here we go. 50 seconds left before the battle immense. The last and final show for the finals here on today's show. YOLO, X-Emperors, and Panda about to battle it out.
Yeah, let's see as to who will be going and taking down which Aberration. 30 seconds, 34 seconds to work with to prepare, and I guess they have the spawns, they have the position already. No one's challenging at this point, and we're about to fight it up. Again, some of the tactics right here from the team is go against Aberrations, not really completely defeating them, and then move to the other side of the map where the other Aberrations are, and then give out so much damage out there, and just continue the cycle until it has been completely defeated, and later on proceed to that PvP.
Now here we go. Squad here going to be battling the Giant Corruptor. So far, they're not really going to be facing a lot of casualties here aside from the Aberration itself, and they are going to be able to lure him here in towards this alleyway, in which the Giant Corruptor right now will not really have a lot of worm to work with.
There's not so much of room to move, as well as they are being blown out with some of those. I don't think Giant Corruptors has any toothbrush on them. pretty much reason why they are bringing out that much toxic. But again, we are looking at a different team right now, and that is X-Emperors. Let's see a different team that we are now seeing. Maybe will be in here, and if I'm not mistaken, this is part of Call Me Maybe. Which team is it? I'm not quite sure where that came from, but at least I was able to put that in. Maybe is from YOLO, so YOLO is into play right now. But as we can see, 57% already dealt with by the top squad, and Arbitrator has been dealt with as well by 3, if not 2, different teams.
Yeah, and we are seeing that it's going to be just a bit of a hefty battle here so far coming in. We've only tackled 2 minutes of the game so far, and almost 3 minutes actually. And we haven't really seen any sense of convincing us here, at least here on cam. But one thing for sure, we are going to be seeing the Giant Corruptor here almost said and done. Arbitrator as well, might just get closed out. Absolutely, yes.
Arbitrator almost, with only a few ticks remaining, and there you go, being defeated, releasing a few of those missiles to take down those who brought them out. Now, as we are now moving into a different team, we are about to see them fight on with the rest. Again, this X-Emperor right now, who is making their way onto a different part of the map. 11.5 minutes to work with. And not quite sure. We still have some aberrations, or probably not. They might be just hunting them down. Oh, there you go. We found one aberration, but they will be leaving them behind, providing a little bit of distance, as well as making sure they will not be backstabbed. But here we go. The battle ensues right now, and a few almost falling down for the side of Panda, but still managed to fight it.
Wow.
Oh! The players of YOLO went down.
What a run right there, coming in from the set of Panda. YOLO goes down, but they are going to be able to live through another life here. After all, still plenty more to go here for them to prove themselves here into the competition. Oh, the Raven Clash. So far, challenge has been completed. Oh, wow.
And that was quick. That
Definitely.
was fast, definitely. I mean, the only... And again, it's... if you see the approach right here, probably it's because of the teams involved. If like the moment that they give so much focus on the PvP, they don't, it seems like they're not grabbing so much of that point, or probably they're just like invested so much in taking down the opponent so that they will not have those chance of grabbing much of those points from the aberration. So there's such a different in the game style, and I guess we called it. By the end of this day, we might be going back to the game style that we saw from at our match number 1, which is pretty similar. Not so much PvP, only focusing on aberration most of the time, rotating, giving them that chance, and only a few minutes of those PvP battle.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, guys, once more, and initially we were supposed to be getting 6 matches to be broadcasted for tonight, but unfortunately, match number 5, there was a bit of a technical error right there, so it's going to be happening offline. But fortunately, the scores will be provided in the social media of Undawn afterwards once the initial match starts. So better make sure you guys follow Undawn coming in from to their respective social medias.
Yeah, exactly. And one reason is, since it's not happening because of the issue, or it's not continuing on because of the issue, we won't be able to gather the points as well and show it to you guys. So again, the final tally of the scores will be shown later on. I guess we still have a chance in a bit to find out who is in the lead, and then that's your baseline, depending on how it will be coming up from the scores of that match number 5. So let's give hope to some of the teams coming from match number 5, Sanctuary, Alpha, Vicious, and GRD, because pretty much it will depend on that. It will depend on that what do you call this, on that match number 5, on the fate that they have on the few stages. So there we have it. We have the match number 6 all over again. match number 5, due to the technical errors that has been happening all throughout. Not just, guys, it's not just one team, not just one player, but most of the players in the team has been experiencing the issue. Thus, are one reason why we had to skip that match and proceed to match number 6. And well, that will be rescheduled. That will be happening off live. And then, as Enzo mentioned, it will be the final scores will be posted on social media of Garena Undawn. So make sure that you follow all social media. Get up to date as well in other formats, other broadcasts that will be happening. Other updates coming from in-game. As we mentioned, it's not just PvPs, it's not just tournaments. Overall, a lot of things has been happening on the Undawn background.
Oh yeah, that's really true right there, And guys, for the people that was wondering who was composed into Watch match number 5, it was actually Alpha Vicious and GRD. So better make sure you guys support them off live, guys. Just post some banners or something, just to show some love. But I guess that's gonna be a wrap up here, Neptune. Thank you so much for just being such an awesome man to work with. Thank you as well for Garena for having me here and giving me this opportunity to have a breakthrough with Undawn.
Yeah, I mean, for all that has been said and done, this is it. This is the end of the day, the end of the broadcast of Raven Championship is not yet over. There's a few more that will be happening in upcoming weeks. But for today, Enzo and Neptune will be saying goodbye, good night. See you next time.